Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:01, so I'd like to call the third meeting of the Planning and Environment Committee to order. Please check the city website for additional meeting detail information. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenapehoik, and Adirondack. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact PEC, P-E-C, at london.ca, or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. At this time, I'll look for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I'd like to move on to our consent items. We have 3, so I will put that on the floor. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, I'll move the consent.
You're moving the consent items. Councillor Cuddy, you're seconding. So I'll look for any comments or questions regarding the 3 items. One is a homeowner information brochure, and then we have 2 heritage alteration permit applications. Okay. Just from the chair quickly, thank you for staff on the homeowner information brochure. Appreciate that information guiding new residents of, what their environment. I know there has been concern in the past. This is another matter, but just an FYI. I don't know if this can be done through planning department or not. A lot of times we have vacant fields that have been zoned for development, and over time, if they're not developed, people consider them open space or parkland, et cetera. And I don't know if there's a way to sign or have information go out to those property owners around for that misconception. A lot of times it comes in sometimes with new residents that they move in thinking they've got a park behind them, and then they're surprised when development happens. So just to be in the bonnet for that. One last time for any comments from committee? We have a motion moving. Oh, just a second, please. Okay, thanks. Just been informed that we have a couple of councillors joined us online. Please raise your hands if you wish to address the committee. We have no further comments regarding consent items. We have motion moved and seconded. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Our first scheduled item is a delegation from the chair of our Community Advisory Committee on Planning, Mr. Metralier. Please go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of PEC. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to speak briefly because both the items I wanted to talk about were actually in the consent agenda, so I might be a little late on it, but the point I wanted to make applies a little more broadly as well. So the items we saw on our report were 46 Victor and 484 English Street, which were heritage alteration permits. 46 Victor was a replacement roof, asphalt to metal, I think I recall. 484 English was an expansion of a window and a replacement with a door at the front of the house. And I know sometimes these are contentious, and so I just wanted to highlight that. These are actually 2 examples where we agreed with staff 100%. And importantly, I think they are consistent with the new guidelines that the committee has provided input on and that PEC has asked staff to develop. And so 46 Victor, staff acknowledged that while it's not something they would maybe recommend from the outset, it's not something they're going to prohibit. That's exactly the kind of thing we like to see, and it's consistent with the guidelines we worked on. 484 English was a recommendation to refuse the application. And now the committee likes to be reasonable. We've had a few of these where we've disagreed with staff and said it should be permitted. But this is actually, in the committee's view, was kind of exactly the kind of alteration that we think even with a more permissive set of guidelines, staff shouldn't be approving. Because if you've seen the house, it actually is quite a substantial alteration to the streetscape, very visible. And in our view, it's not something as minor as replacing the material on a window. It actually does quite substantially alter the streetscape. So I just wanted to extend our thanks to staff for, I think, internalizing some of the guidance we gave on those guidelines. And we're fully behind them on these two and look forward to more applications like this where we can start to see those guidelines come forward and more permission where it's warranted and none where it's not. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metrelier. And just from the chair, appreciate the work that you do and the guidance you provide in conjunction with staff for committee members and council. Sometimes this stuff falls in gray areas, and to have your committee give us your opinion is very valued. And I will say, just for the public, again, please go through your due process before you start work. The hard thing for us is to deny the application after the work's been done, and it will lead to increased costs. And it's better to know going forward with your project where you stand. And I think we have a very reasonable committee and staff, and very reasonable advisory committee, so that are willing to work with you to find solutions. So please seek approval before going ahead with your project. Committee members have any questions or comments for Mr. Metrelier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Appreciate the good work that your committee does. Appreciate you being here. So I'll look for committee to make a motion to receive the report. Councillor Cuddy, second by Councillor Lewis, or Deputy Mayor Lewis. And no further questions, we'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, next item is 3.2. This is regarding 233 Cambridge Street. And I'll look for a mover and a seconder that we can carry on through the whole meeting today to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Cuddy has indicated he'll move it, and Councillor Hillier will second it. So we will use the same mover and seconder to open and close public participation meetings for time constraint. So we've got a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote to open them.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll look for the applicant. If the applicant would like to address the committee, please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Caden McAllister. I'm a planner with Salinka Priamo here on behalf of Distinctive Homes London Limited for the zoning application at 233 Cambridge Street. Our zoning application seeks to rezone the subject lands to residential R2-1 in order to facilitate the development of a 2-story semi-detached dwelling. This is running concurrently with a consent application that's severing the lands into 2 parcels down the demising wall of the proposed semi-detached dwelling, so that there'll be 1 semi-detached dwelling unit on each lot. And with that, we are seeking one special provision with the zoning for lot frontage. And outside of that, I'd like to thank staff for their report and recommendation for approval, and I'm here to answer any questions regarding this application.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. I'll look for other members of the public that would like to address. Please, sir, go to the mic near you there. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name's Al Dawson. I live at 147 Britannia. That's 3 doors away from this project. I'm not very good at public speaking, but so I put my thoughts on paper. I'm just going to read it. Thank you for your time. This development requires some exemptions to existing rules, too many when considered in conjunction with potential parking and traffic congestion, building higher than permitted, and reduced lot frontage. Seeking multiple exemptions, this project represents too much intensification in too small an area without demonstrating that it would not cause undue hardship to existing residences, and I'm talking about parking. I lived 3 doors away for 45 years, and a lot has changed. In my experience, living among student populations, students who seek housing away from campuses drive cars. Not all students in my area drive cars, but many do. And I do not expect that to change drastically with the introduction of the BRT in the near future. And this location is not on the rapid transit corridor. 25 years ago, uncontrolled parking was such a problem on these streets that the neighborhoods in the city settled on restrictions, a 2-hour parking limit, and parking on one side of Britannia only, from Cambridge to Oxford Street. This block of Cambridge Street, annexed by the City of London about 1920, still has no sidewalks and no curbs, and is edged with deteriorating swale that offers poor drainage to the road and accommodates 8 parking spaces on the whole block. Last Friday about noon, a city snowplow was unable to navigate Cambridge Street and was forced to back out. This was due to cars parked legally on both sides of Cambridge Street, which is a narrow street, no curbs. I'll give another example of the parking issues. 218 Cambridge Street began as a duplex and evolved into student housing, 5 bedrooms, 5 tenants, 5 automobiles, not including guests with automobiles. The parking area provided consists of 2 rows of parking, one holding 3 cars. With last in, first out parking, jockeying becomes necessary, often culminating in 1 or more cars being parked on the street. This is a street where parking is limited to 2 hours, with no overnight parking in the winter. These rules are constantly ignored, and that can be substantiated by city records. Also problems with emergency vehicles getting stuck, not being able to get out on the street. Recent developments in our area have largely involved converting single homes into denser occupancy. Typically, a small home is enlarged and extended to maximum allowable size. Student housing in the form of 5-bedroom units and large duplexes now abound. Parking must be considered when a project has the potential to house 10 individuals, each with a car. In this case, the proposed 2 rows of single-lane parking is not adequate for student parking. One remedy to this situation might be to move the building closer to the rear of the boundary, allow parking across the front of the street, front of the building, as demonstrated at 165 Britannia. Another option would be to use the basement for underground parking, leaving a duplex above with 2,400 square feet. That's 112 square meters. That's still a big place. Alternatively, the size of the project could be reduced to a single unit with parking provided along with the side. Again, I say address student parking. 2 very large semi-detached buildings, 3,600 square feet each on 3 floors, lend themselves easily to conversion to student bedroom-style accommodation. This maneuver, this change is lucrative, very lucrative, and completely legal and very possible. Consider the concerns of city service and emergency vehicles, especially during construction of this unit. Stop this project as too big for lack of parking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers that would like to address the committee. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There's nobody online. I don't see anyone approaching the mic, so we have a motion to close the PPM. Moved and seconded, so I will call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor for committee. Councillor Cuddy,
Thank you, Chair. I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Hillier is seconded. Comments or questions? Councillor Ferreira?
Thanks, Chair. Just want to make some comments and maybe some questions on this. I did speak to Al there. I think his concerns are rightfully valid. I did speak to some other residents in the area as well, and they are saying the same things. When it comes to the parking concerns, you know, people are curious in the neighborhood about whether proposed parking functions, particularly in the near campus neighborhood, because that is the context we're working in, were considered. And I've seen these developments routinely in the area, and they usually generate a higher parking demand due to bedroom count and rental patterns. You know, and these housing units are usually geared towards student-oriented housing, and often it's a one student per car reality that we're seeing there, which raises the risk of spillover parking into the already constrained residential areas. So I guess I would ask a question to staff if they can speak on whether the proposed tandem parking arrangement has been considered functionally adequate for rental student housing types, and how that parking design is evaluated in the near campus neighborhoods, and whether staff have assessed the relationship between the potential bedroom configuration and parking supply and the likelihood of spillover impacts in the surrounding area.
Okay, so we are talking about a two-story semi-detached dwelling with a total of 2 residential units. So I'll go to staff with the concerns the councillor has raised regarding parking.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. As the proposal is for a semi-detached dwelling, it only requires 1 off-street parking space per unit, and the applicant is proposing a separate driveway for each unit with space to accommodate 2 parking spaces per unit. There are no special regulations for the near campus neighborhood, and staff have evaluated, and we have no concerns with the parking rate.
Councillor?
Thanks for that. I understand we don't have, I guess, any requirements when it comes to a potential student housing in the near campus neighborhood, but the reality is we do see these types of housing get built in a near campus neighborhood, and this one is looking like it could be considered that. I guess I would ask, I know what the answer is, but are we able to know, or maybe from the proponent, if this building development is going to be intended for student use or not, or if it's intended for anything up in the air right now?
Okay, I'll go to the applicant on that question.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, the ownership model hasn't been determined. As of yet, I don't have any further information to provide you at this time.
Councillor?
Thanks. I think the likeliness, just because of how the neighborhood has been developed in the last little while, is this going to be student housing? My concern is that this proposal pushes right up against the limits of what the site can reasonably support, especially when we consider the bedroom count and the likeliness of per car, per student bedroom count. And that will push parking onto the street. So I understand that the application technically meets or even exceeds the minimum standards in this situation because we round up from the minimum parking requirement. It is within the near campus neighborhood, and you know, I've seen in practice that the proposed parking configurations is likely to result in spillover. There's many examples of this in that area. I don't think that this will strike the balance between, intensification and the neighborhood impact. I would hope that this committee doesn't approve this application. I'm not going to be supporting it at council. People in the neighborhood have been saying exactly the same thing as Al there has spoken to.
Just a question from the chair. Does this proposed development fall within our near-campus housing policies?
Through the chair, yes, it does.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from committee members or Deputy Mayor Lewis?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be really brief. It was said by the speaker in the gallery, they can legally do this. For us to reject an application, we have to have a legal planning rationale under the Ontario Planning Act and under our official plan. We do not have that. This meets the requirements as staff have outlined in the report, and so I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from committee or visiting councilors? Seeing none, we have a motion moved and second. I'll call to the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 3.3, this is regarding 644 to 664 Southdale Road East and 821 Nadine Avenue. We have a motion to move and seconded to open the public participation meeting, so I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll look to the applicant. If the applicant would like to address us, please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, members of the public, members of staff. My name is Laura Jameson. I am a planner with Zelenka Priamo, here representing our client, Southside Development, or Southside Group, with respect to this application. We are here today requesting a zoning bylaw amendment to extend the transit station area, or TSA1 zoning, across the subject lands to accommodate a 14-story residential apartment building with 207 units. There will be 110 surface parking spaces and 1 level of underground parking with this development as well. We have reviewed staff's report and we appreciate the recommendation for approval. We did host a community open house as there were some comments and concerns from members of the public. At this open house, we made a brief presentation and fielded a number of questions, particularly with respect to the building height and traffic and noise. The building height is permitted in the rapid transit corridor place type, which permits a maximum building height of 25 stories. And through the interpretation policies of the rapid transit corridor place type, up to an additional 150-meter depth within an additional place type can be considered to be included in that place type as well. The building does step down from 14 stories along the east to 8 stories along the west to provide a more gentle transition from the rapid transit corridor to the neighborhood's place type in the interior. I will also note that 8 stories is the maximum building height permitted within the neighborhood's place type along Southdale Road, the Civic Boulevard. Our traffic impact assessment confirmed that a 4-way stop at the site entrance at Montgomery Street and Southdale Road would be required. Our team will be working with city staff to ensure the design of the intersection meets all city requirements and will function appropriately for the future development. And noise study will be addressed through the site plan approval process. Overall, again, we are pleased with staff's recommendation for approval of the application. I'm here to answer any questions that members of the committee may have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jamieson. I'll look for members of the public that would like to address the committee. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ron McQuiggan. Good evening, council members. My name is Ron McQuiggan. I live at 821 Nadine Ave. I'm here tonight because my family home is being demolished to make way for this project. I have lived in this community for 5 years, and right now I am facing displacement with no clear path forward. Losing our home isn't just an inconvenience or a disruption. It's our life, it's our livelihood. As renters, my family has contributed to this neighborhood's growth. We feel like we are being pushed out to make room for a project that hasn't accounted for the people currently living in this neighborhood. Before this project moves forward, my family has 3 specific questions for the council. What is the Pacific relocation assistance plan for the tenants being displaced? And will it cover actual cost of moving in today's market? 2, will the place tenants have the right to return to the new building at a rent that is actually affordable to us? What is the city doing to ensure that redevelopment doesn't just mean displacement for long-term residents? I would also like to add that this is a family neighborhood. There's a lot of children, and with the high amount of traffic that's going to be developing, that is a big concern to not only me, but to everyone else in the neighborhood. There's going to be trees torn down, many other things, and I'd just like to know what's going on in the near future. That's all.
Thank you. I'll look for another speaker who'd like to address the committee on this particular item. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Bear with me here, get the glasses on. I'm going to read it. A little nervous doing this, but we're going to go through it. Here we go. My name is Mark Barron. My wife and I are against the proposed zoning change. I moved to London with my girlfriend, eventually my wife, in 1981, and we have lived at the current address on Windbless for the last 30 years. When we moved to London, we dreamed of owning a home in the Lockwood Park area. The area had everything we wanted, including large lots, and privacy was excellent. The area was populated with Veteran Land Act homes and didn't even have curbs at the time. Basically, I referred to the area as a little bit of country in the city. In 1995, we purchased our current home with 2 children in tow, and started our life's journey. Over time, we added an in-ground pool, hot tub, large vegetable garden, never-ending flower gardens, a greenhouse, a fire pit, and a utility shed. During our 30 years at this location, we have had barbecues, pool parties, camping around the fire pit, and lots of family functions, and now with the inclusion of grandchildren. The joy and smiles of being together with my wife working in our gardens is irreplaceable. Fast forward to today, when I open the curtains in the morning and look into the backyard, I'm distressed by the thought of a 14-story apartment building, a 60-meter concrete wall with 100-plus residents staring down at my backyard. After talking to neighbors, no one wants this proposal. During a phone conversation and later meetings with Agent Zelinka for Southside Group, they empathized with the situation we found ourselves in. And when I asked the agent directly, would you want this building towering over your backyard? The answer was a decisive no. When I go to the Southside Group's website, they talk about building community, but there's no community in this proposal. In fact, it's tearing the community apart. Do I sell? Do I stay? If I sell, am I selling out to my other neighbors by letting a developer buy up the neighborhood? When this neighborhood was built years ago, it started with apartments on Wilkins and Sandringham, transitioning to townhomes and then to single-family homes. There's no transition from a single-family home on Windblessed to an apartment on Southdale, just a 14-story wall. Let me be frank, if this apartment goes ahead, we will lose our privacy. I invite anyone here today, come stand in my backyard and experience what a 60-meter wall would look like. Can you imagine having the family and grandkids over for a barbecue and pool party only to have the 100 or so residents peer over our property that was once private? In fact, the greenhouse in our backyard is often a place for enjoying a beverage after a day working in the garden, but but the developer has placed a garbage recycling area on the opposite side of the fence where my greenhouse is next to. The number of trees or landscaping, no number of trees or landscaping will provide any privacy from a 14-story building. The building does not fit with the neighborhood and is not consistent with the London plan, and even with BRT. The shadows at the 14-story building, again, no transition, will affect the productivity of our gardens, no sun, no vegetables. There's not enough parking. Deputy Mayor Lewis has discovered apartments with 50% ratios lead to residents parking on neighborhood streets and business parking lots. In fact, Deputy Mayor Lewis is going to propose a 1-to-1 ratio for apartments moving forward, as apartments are not renting, or they are at minimum causing grievance over the street and business parking. But wait, the developer is going to claim it is allowed under BRT. Well, that may be so, but we're a city of cars and Londoners love their vehicles. The developer has said that there will be underground parking, but has not committed to any numbers in its plans. Perhaps they are waiting to see if it will even be necessary. There are several water monitoring wells on the proposed site, but there's no mention of any results from these monitoring wells. I asked the company that puts in these wells, and they told me sometimes the development has been delayed for years and possibly permanently. I can also say that when we put in our pool, we had to put in a shallow pool, less than 6 feet deep in the deep end, due to water concerns that we realized during the digging process. I imagine digging an underground parking structure is a lot deeper than my pool and would certainly need some environmental investigation. Let's talk about traffic and the proposed changing of the intersection at Montgomery to a 4-way intersection.
30 seconds.
I acknowledge there was a traffic report, but it's incomplete. The firm that did the survey acknowledges this. There are constantly accidents at Wellington, Southdale, Montgomery, Southdale, and Vermilion. A recent horrific accident between OPP and a taxi come to mind. When I asked my insurance company why my car insurance is so high for the area, they point to the traffic statistics for the area. The survey does not take into consideration the 3 29-story apartments being built north of the liquor store in Wellington that will back onto Montgomery, as well as the 30 and 32-story apartments going in and the unused parking lot at White Oaks Mall.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's your time. Thank you.
I only have about 30 more seconds here.
Well, if you can wrap it up, that'd be great. We'll have a busy afternoon.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
During construction, they will tear down 4 houses. Did not the mayor talk about the fact that we need to focus more on the home ownership at his year-end remarks? In fact, single home starts have stagnated in recent years, and apartment vacancy rates are at a 15-year high. The developer states the project will take approximately 2 years to complete, but likely a construction goes it will be more like 3 years as opposed to 1 year for townhouses. During those 3 years, our properties will be overtaken by noise, construction dust, idling trucks, and towering crane, taken away from our lives. Who will keep my home free from the increased dust? I guess I'll have to keep my windows shut. Is that fair? Who will pay for my pool to be cleaned? Will my garden ever grow again?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
I gave you extension. That's enough. Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Hello, my name's Josh Vandervreed. I am the owner and landlord of 642 Southdale Road East. This is the property that's directly west of the property being proposed. I'm reaching out to you to direct because of the current proposal, 14-story, 207-unit apartment tower with only 10 feet setback from my property line. So just picture that for a second, 10 feet. My property is about 5-6 feet off the property line. So 16 feet off my property, there's going to be an 8-story tower. Will have severe and lasting impacts on my home, my tenants, and my long-term financial stability. I want to ensure that you're aware of the magnitude of these concerns before the application comes to council. So there's an extreme height and zero transition next to low-rise homes. The proposed building is a 14-story tall, positioned only 10 feet from my triplex. This is an unprecedented adjacency in our ward and appears incompatible with the intent of the London plan's transition to scale requirements, urban design guidelines, good neighbors policies. There's no step down, no transition, no mitigation for massing between a high-rise tower and existing low-rise homes. There's significant privacy and livability impacts. So the east elevation facing our home includes a continuous balconies and windows, which directly overlooks my tenants' bedrooms and living spaces, their private outdoor areas, my driveway, and parking. As such, small separation distances will effectively eliminate any reasonable expectation of privacy on my property. Shadows and light impacts. So the developer shadow studies do not assess the impacts on my home or adjacent properties. Given the height and proximity, my property will be in shadow for substantial portions of the morning and early afternoon across pretty much the entire year. This missing analysis is a major concern. Financial impacts on rental income. So currently, my property is operated as a furnished medium-term rental. We deal with a lot of relocation companies. Currently, we have a bunch of pilots that are staying with us from the International Flight Training School. These are the types of business professionals that we cater to. So the proposed development will reduce rental demand, reduce monthly rental income, increase vacancy risk, and directly impact my property value. This is not speculative, it's predictive consequence of placing a tower wall 10 feet from my property. Construction risks to my building. With a proposed separation distance, there are serious worries about vibration damage, shoring failures, crane swing over my property, dust, noise, and access restrictions. No construction mitigation plan has been provided to address these risks. Intensification should still respect existing homes. I support thorough growth and intensification in the city. However, intensification should not come at the complete expense of existing residential properties. A development on this scale with these setbacks is not consistent with responsible planning. And I will make a note that current requirement is 9.5 meters from the west boundary. They have proposed just over 3 meters. So my request to council. First of all, I'm asking you to not support it in its current form. And I require the following before any approvals are considered. A meaningful increase in setback from the west property line, significant building setbacks and/or height reduction, proper privacy protections, a full shadow analysis, and construction protection measures for neighboring buildings. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers in the gallery. We have someone online, I believe. Chris Richards, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Please go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Chris Richards, and I live at 815 Nadine Avenue. It's directly beside the proposed development. I support housing, and I understand the city's push to build near transit. I'm not opposed to development in principle. In fact, when the developer first approached me, I agreed to sell my home and relocate once we reached a fair agreement. Southside Group ultimately backed out of the agreement, and I am now facing this proposal as an adjacent homeowner. I'm also living with multiple sclerosis. My home is not just an investment, it's where I manage my health, my stress, and my day-to-day functioning. I'm not sharing that for sympathy, but because livability matters when planning decisions have permanent consequences. I bought my home for its peaceful environment, access to sunlight, and outdoor space. It is my sanctuary, and is critical to my well-being. I remain open to solutions, whether that be improving the plan or a buyout. That would allow this project to move forward while respecting my rights as a neighbor. My goal is constructive and to ensure the development is good planning and a good neighbor. I've taken time to review the application materials. I want to focus on some specific issues. First, the most direct impact on my property is the parking lot. The site plan places surface parking and vehicle movement directly against my backyard. As designed, headlights will sweep across my yard and into my windows every time a vehicle enters or exits. This will be constant and at any time of the day. The parking area places people walking, standing, idling, circulating directly beside my fence line, eliminating privacy at ground level. This fundamentally changes how my home can be used. Right now, in the proposal, there's no meaningful physical separation to stop this. I would no longer have privacy in my own yard. If this project proceeds, there must be a real physical separation between my home and the development. I'm asking for a green fence solution, not just cosmetic landscaping. That means a 2-meter landscape buffer, dense full-height evergreen planting, and a solid opaque fence designed to fully block headlights and light spill. The buffer must run the entire shared property line and function year-round. This is the minimum necessary to restore some privacy and reduce constant intrusion. I'd also like to be clear about lighting. The proposal includes parking lot lighting, building lighting, vehicle headlights, all directed towards my property. Without strict controls, this will result in constant light trespass into my yard and home, particularly at night. I'm asking council to require fully shielded, downward directed lighting with no pole lights or flood lighting, oriented towards residential properties, and a lighting plan that ensures zero light spill beyond the property line. My second concern is from Nadine Avenue that creates, or say the access from Nadine Avenue that creates unnecessary neighborhood harm. Nadine is a quiet street without sidewalks. Allowing regular access from Nadine will encourage shortcutting, both pedestrian and vehicular, especially during peak traffic on Southdale. That means more cars, more headlights, more noise. The traffic impact study may say the intersection functions within capacity, but the numbers don't reflect lived reality in that area. There's already access from Southdale. I'm asking council to restrict or eliminate regular access from Nadine or limit it to emergency or service use only. Third, I'm concerned about height and shadow. In the submitted shadow study, there's an image that shows my house in complete shadow at approximately 3 p.m. That's not just partial shade, it's full darkness in the middle of the afternoon. That loss of sunlight affects how I use my home and my yard and directly affects my health. Once this building is approved at its height, that loss is permanent. I also want to address the idea of transition. While there is a drop from 14 stories to 8, the part of the building that's directly over my home is the 14 stories. My house is about 5 meters tall. The building would be roughly 45 meters. That height dominates the site visually and physically. The fact that other portions step down does not change the impact on the tallest mass, which defines my experience from my yard and windows. From my perspective, the transition exists on paper, but not in reality. Lastly, these impacts are causing real stress. The loss of privacy, constant light intrusion, and uncertainty about what will happen beside my home have already caused significant emotional distress. That stress is directly tied to design choices that are preventable. Good planning exists to reduce harm where it is foreseeable, and I'd like to hope that I can advocate to save my home and lifestyle that I've built for over 10 years. I'd like to be very clear about what I'm asking for. I'm asking for a meaningful 2-meter green buffer with solid fence, a reduction in height, something around the range of 5 to 6 stories would still add housing, which I support while reducing many of these impacts. Elimination of or limitation of access from Nadine Avenue, full prevention of lighting and headlight intrusion onto my property. I'm not asking council to stop housing. I'm asking for one of two reasonable outcomes. Either developer works with me towards a fair purchase of my property, allowing the site to be designed without forcing incompatible edge condition, or council approves the project only if these mitigation measures are required. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'll look for anyone else that would like to speak to the committee. So clerk, if there's anyone else online. I don't see anyone approaching the mic, so we have a motion.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. So clerk, do you have someone online?
Yes. Joanne LaRiviere.
Just hold on a second. We are currently speaking regarding 3.2, which is 644 Southdale Road.
Yes.
Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, please.
Okay, sorry, the clerk indicated that you might want to speak to the next one, but please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Joanne LaRiviere, and this development directly affects us as it's literally in our backyard at 657 Wimbless. I've lived here for almost 60 years. Our yard is considered a double lot at 106 feet by 207 feet with many trees on it. It's probably the closest to country living within the city. Our VLA neighborhood is quiet with a mix of older and newer single-family homes. There is a park on my block. We have invested in 2 major renovations to make this our forever home. If this goes through, the market value of our home will decrease. Our backyard privacy will be invaded by at least 80 apartments plus a rooftop patio. The view from our deck will be a wall with windows rather than a skyline. According to the shadow study on December 21st, our property will be completely immersed in a shadow, eliminating the sunlight and its benefits. Vehicle traffic from the parking lot will be approximately 100 feet from our actual home. There is no green space between the parking lot and proposed 6-foot wood fence for landscaping or trees to muffle the sound or emissions. The plans do not show placement of parking lights or building lights, which may also affect us. Our street will definitely become a throughway to avoid congestion on Wellington Road and Southdale Road, especially to access the entrance on Nadine Ave. The increased traffic becomes a safety issue without sidewalks and having Southdale Park on the block. The projection timing is 6 to 10 years for a sidewalk from Nixon to Nadine. We already have had to deal with increased traffic due to rapid transit construction on Wellington. The expected 2 years of construction will be unbearable with the noise, dirt, dust, construction vehicles, and just the daily disruptions. It's understandable no one likes change, but this isn't about change. It's about the proper development for the VLA subdivision. Without proper green space, it's lacking landscaping and trees and just does not flow with our subdivision charm. The building is oversized, and this is an added reason zoning should remain as it is. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone else online. Clerk has indicated there's no one else online. I don't see anyone approaching the mics. So we'll look for a vote to close the public participation meeting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor for committee. Deputy Mayor Lewis?
Yeah, so I'll put it on the floor, I'll move it, and then I've got some questions to direct through you to staff.
Okay. Councillor Cuddy has indicated he will second it. So I'll go back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I just locked my device, I just got to get it unlocked so I can refer to my questions. So first through you, Chair, we heard a couple of residents ask about construction mitigation, things like that. I think it's important to be really clear that we're here to address a zoning change today, not building permits and construction designations, but I wonder if through you, if Mr. Shaw might comment on where in the process considerations, or Mr. Mathers or whoever's appropriate, where in the consideration steps the measures are looked at around construction implementation and the mitigation for the surrounding properties, et cetera. Where does that come into the process? I think the public would appreciate understanding that.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair to the councillor. The requirement in regards to servicing the lot would address some of the items in regards to accessing and work onto the lot. It would be a requirement for shoring allowances through site plan and site plan control. And finally, any kind of work that is required under the building permit or building code would require a permit to be reviewed and designed by appropriate professionals.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important to know that those measures aren't forgotten. They're just not what's part of the process here today and where they come in terms of the site plan review and then the issuing of building permits. One of the speakers referenced, and I will say, I appreciate that you're hearing the concerns I'm raising with parking across the city, not just with respect to this development, but other developments that are happening elsewhere. And in February, I've already been working with staff around some of the technical pieces of what we need to do. And I will be bringing something forward in February to address that. But we have to address what's before us today. And what we have right now is 207 units, 114 surface, and an unknown number of underground. There's a deficiency of about, if we were looking at 1-to-1, there's a deficiency of about 93. I don't know if through you, our staff, or if the applicant can indicate what the estimated number is for the underground, because when the report was written, it said it's unknown at this time.
So I'm looking at staff. We'll go to the applicant to answer that or to comment on that question, please.
Through the chair, the TIS, the traffic impact study, did note that the site could accommodate approximately 177 underground parking spaces in one level.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. Through you to our staff, that would be a matter that would be looked at through the site plan review, I assume, since we don't have the actual count in our planning today. So if I can just get staff to confirm that.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, that's correct. The proposal with the number of spaces proposed as of today complies with the zoning bylaw, so any subsequent plans for underground parking would be reviewed and approved through the subsequent site plan stage.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, and just to confirm quickly, and again, I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is, but for the public's sake, in confirming that, you wouldn't be looking at alterations to the footprint of the building, the setbacks on what we have right now, they'd have to be accommodating that within what's recommended in the proposal today.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, that's correct. They'd have to comply with the zoning bylaw as being recommended today, as well as any general provisions related to underground parking.
Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That's good to get out there because it is a concern of mine that we have situations where we are dealing with a lack of parking in a number of places, and there is certainly a spillover into the neighborhood when that happens. So I do recognize that. So I will say, with hearing that, I'm confident that we're going to have enough parking on site to get to 1-to-1. 93 and 177, there's a big difference. So even if we can't get to 177, achieving 93 and getting to a 1-to-1 is certainly within the scope of what's before us today. I do hear the concerns about traffic, but I also look at the traffic counts on Southdale, and I know that the entrance exit is on Nadine, but the traffic counts on Southdale are in excess of 25,000 trips a day. So a development like this doesn't move the needle on the Civic Boulevard expectations for the roadway that's being contemplated. Nadine obviously is the place where the vehicles will be coming in and out, but the traffic patterns will take them to Southdale. So for me, it's the traffic issue is not a consideration, other than the fact that we're going to have, through the site plan approval authority, looks at how the traffic flow is managed in and out of the site. So with that already written in there, I can be supportive of that. I do hear the frustration from a couple of tenants that are there, but again, we're here for a zoning application today. There are obviously conversations that you can have with the builder. There's landlord-tenant board considerations in the Residential Tenancies Act, but that's separate from where we have to make a decision on a planning application. So I can't really speak to what your processes are there in terms of how to proceed, other than there are options under the Residential Tenancies Act to seek compensation for displacement and those sorts of things, depending on the situation. But we have to make our decision based on the Planning Act and the zoning application that's before us today. So having heard those things and seeing considerations in the site plan documentation about landscaping, fencing, and those sorts of things, I'm satisfied with the work that staff has done.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pelosa. I see Councillor is online. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just fighting with technology. Just want to thank the applicant for having the open house on January 8th and the residents who came out to it. I was there in attendance. Their comments followed around the same lines that you heard today, though the attendance was much greater. And I do see some correspondence within our council package again today. I want to highlight that it wasn't the traffic count so much that was a concern to residents. It was going to be the flow of traffic. My understanding is that this three-way stop is going to now be a four-way stop, and residents were concerned with the traffic light, if you look at your Google map, of being so close to the Wellington and Southdale intersection for bus rapid transit. There's also a gas station around that corner that has 3 different exits coming out of it, and people already cut through that surface area of the gas station onto Nadine. And certainly for light changes, we know people can easily duck into a neighborhood to start avoiding things, which would put it into a residential neighborhood. We've already had to install speed bumps around Verlem coming up, and other streets in there are currently getting traffic coming next year to the construction for bus rapid transit. So the neighborhood is already seeing an increase. So that's where a lot of their concern comes from there. Also welcoming new residents to the area the only green space in the area is that small pocket park on Wimblest. It really is a picnic table and a small piece of equipment. To address the residents' concerns of the ones who are current renters in those homes, they've been there, as you've heard, for a long time, and that is their home. On January 8th, I did, through Ms. Jameson, in subsequent conversations with Southside, raise that as a concern of, it is only a couple of families, can they not rehome them or offer them something in the interim, then allowing them, as you heard the residents say, to perhaps be new renters in that building and come back to their neighborhood. They're still going to get back to me. So I'm disappointed with that, especially with who the applicant is, and their impact in the community, that this is starting to sound like a really expensive form of rent eviction for people who have lived there. They're going to lose their house and can't even be accommodated within another rental unit. You've heard residents' concerns about parking. Commercial concerns are coming forward with the ones right across the street, that obviously you're not parking on Southdale and you're not parking on Wellington Road, that people are going to then have to park potentially in the parking lot. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the applicant, we were told there's going to be about 114 parking spaces on the surface and up to 177 underground. Is there any, do they have any information of up to? Up to can be 10, up to could be 177. Like, just looking to see if they can clarify what up to 177 might actually look like.
I'll go to the applicant.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Pelosi, for the question. Underground parking is quite expensive to develop. In order to make the underground parking structure worthwhile for our client, they would be looking to develop a significant portion of the site for underground parking use. As we've heard today, the deputy mayor and the residents are hoping for at least a 1-to-1 parking ratio at this site, and I do believe that is our client's intent, to provide at minimum 1-to-1, likely slightly higher than that.
Councillor.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, being a second-term councillor and seeing the staff report, and it's in line with what we've been seeing about allowing these really, really large changes and setbacks, that if the underground parking has that much capacity, if the developer is developing it, that perhaps we can maintain some of those buffers to a greater extent with neighboring properties. As you heard, it's right in their backyard. Also highlighting, Mr. Chair, how long do I have left for comments? I didn't time myself, but assumed you are.
Please, just go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can stop me or just yell when I'm at a
Go
minute or
ahead.
30
Yeah.
seconds. If you're looking at that Google map, it really is an interesting subject lands as we're building out bus rapid transit, that it's actually not on a bus transit route. And we were using some of the parameters that would allow the higher density to run that corridor to come further into the applicant property. Some of the subject lands is zoned for 8 stories. Residents would have been much happier with that being allowed throughout it. Just we are so close to that bus rapid transit that I think some of these provisions, at least for me when I envisioned it, were getting higher height in residential neighborhoods, even though there was this whole street between the bus rapid transit corridor and a residential street. Because Nadine certainly isn't on the transit route. So those are some of my key concerns. I'm here, I'm looking at bringing some site plan be requested things to council based on some conversations I've been having with staff behind the scenes, and still concerned about residents becoming unhoused as we make more housing, as some of those residents are on different supplements and are going to likely hit our need our city staff's help for housing and become on our wait list as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Ferrer has his hand up. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. My internet cut out there and I lost the first part of Councillor Pelosa's comments, but she was kind of commenting on something that I wanted to speak to as I got logged back in. So if I ask some questions that she already asked, just please let me know. I have been listening with intent on this one. I'm not too familiar with the application, but just hearing from the delegates, I wanted to just go to the proponent and ask, or if staff can respond, how many units is this current property?
I believe it's 207. That's just off the top of my head. I'll go to staff to
The
confirm that.
existing property, the existing building.
How many homes are there existing on this property? I'll go to staff on that.
Through the chair, the lands are currently developed with 4 existing single detached dwellings.
Okay, and do we happen to know if they're all occupied with residents and renters?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, I'll defer that to the applicant.
I'll go to the applicant. Can you let us know if all 4 of those homes on the property are occupied?
Through the chair, I believe one of those homes is currently vacant. The other 3 are occupied, but I may be incorrect about that.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm hearing, the issues with like setbacks and step downs and transitions, and the construction and the parking. I am in support of intensification and development in principle. But I do have concern with potential demolishing of the units. I understand this is a zoning bylaw, but with this amendment, a demolition would be around the corner coming forward to council. And I don't know the age of these buildings, but I'm assuming they're rent controlled, and I'm assuming that these would be considered affordable housing. I did hear one of the members who were living in one of the units speak about a relocation and replacement bylaw, which we do not have. And I would ask committee to work with the proponent to see if relocation or replacement can be discussed. This developer is a good one. This developer creates a lot of community housing that brings a lot of good to the area, but at the same time, I don't want to see anybody evicted through a demolition for a new build. I'd also point out that the most recent renters market report from the CMHC does show a 4% vacancy rate, which is the highest we've seen since 2010. So, we have a glut of housing right now that is not occupied. And I would say, we need to take reason and be measured on the way we develop right now. And I do think that we need to be hitting the brakes a little bit, just because we have a vacancy rate that is quite high right now. So I would assume that, a development like this would not be necessarily required at this time, especially considering that people are going to be inevitably evicted for a demolition of the unit. So with that, if I would like to see if this committee can put into this motion to work with the developer to see if we can find new units or replacement units for the current people that are living there.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions from committee members or visiting councillors. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So this came up at the last PEC2, and I just want to share this for committee members and council members' knowledge. A 4% vacancy rate does not represent a glut. According to CMHC, a healthy vacancy rate in a large urban municipality should fluctuate between 3 and 5%. So it's actually within the target range for CMHC for a healthy vacancy rate in the market in a large urban area of and when I say large urban, it's cities over 100,000 people.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? From the chair, I will say this, it's kind of along the same lines. Yeah, the vacancy rate today is 4%. This project will be built 2 or 3 years from now, if then, maybe even longer. We are currently in the midst of multi-million-dollar rapid transit project on Wellington. This project is 2 homes away from the commercial site at Wellington. When council approved, prior councils approved Wellington Gateway, this type of intensification along that corridor was not only anticipated but encouraged to take the traffic concerns that we have with a growing city and moving traffic onto higher order transit. So while vacancy rate of 4% is, you know, I wouldn't say that's a high vacancy rate. Who knows what it'll be next year. And I know development and people that are building are always looking for an eye at the vacancy rate, whether they get projects started or not. So they will go where the market goes, and the higher the vacancy rate, then projects will naturally be paused. This is what we anticipated when the gateway was envisioned. It is right within walking steps. I'm glad to hear, though, that the developer is looking at a one-to-one, because again, I can share the concerns of the deputy mayor on that. It's one question I do have for staff regarding, you know, light mitigation. That concern was raised not only from cars coming into the parking lot, but also overhead lights for the parking. I'd just like staff to comment on that, please.
Through the chair, through the future site plan application, a photometric plan will be required demonstrating that there will be no spillover of light onto adjacent properties.
And what about privacy fencing along the rear of the property line?
Through the chair, fencing as well would be addressed through the future site plan process. Staff are recommending direction to the site plan approval authority to consider enhanced all-season landscaping and fencing that goes beyond the minimum requirements of the site plan control bylaw to assist in addressing that concern.
Okay, thank you. Those are the end of my comments there. I'll look for one last time. Councillor Ferrer, I see your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I understand that maybe the vacancy rate can be interpreted differently, but I would request, even though this application may be developed or this building may be developed in 3 to 4 years, that this committee look into potential relocation or replacement for individuals living in those units, because even though it's a few years away, that doesn't mean that they're not going to be there in a few years.
Thank you. Councillor Frank, I see your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to share similar sentiments to Councillor Ferreira and to Councillor Plaza. I'm hopeful that at council there'll be some amendments. We've done it with 145 baseline where we put some temporary placement agreements onto site plan, and I'm hopeful we can look into something similar to that, especially given the size and capacity of Southside to be able to provide other arrangements for tenants. So I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Thank you. Look for other comments or questions. Again, from the chair, based on those comments, yeah, I share those sentiments, and I'm hoping between now and council that perhaps some things can be moved ahead to address those concerns and the concern of the one resident that addressed the committee today. Seeing no other comments or questions, we will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Moving on to 3.4. This is regarding 767 Fanshawe Park Road East and 679 Dunboyne Crescent. I'll look for to open the vote on opening the public participation meeting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll look for the applicant. Would like to address committee. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Olia Alchitz and I'm a planner with SBM on behalf of Northbound Development Corporation, representing the application that you have before you at 767 Fanshawe Park Road East and the rear portion of 679 Dunboyne Crescent. The application that you have before you is a zoning amendment application that seeks to permit the development of an 8-story, 77-unit apartment building with 57 parking spaces. A future consent application will be brought forward to convey the rear portion of 679 Dunboyne Crescent with 767 Fanshawe Park Road East. We have read through the staff report and are in full support of the recommendation. The proposal is consistent with the policies of the provincial planning statement, with which promote healthy, livable, and safe communities by accommodating an appropriate infill development on full municipal services. The proposal also conforms to the general intent of the policies in the London Plan, which include direction for intensification that recognizes the need for more residential intensity and housing options in appropriate and planned areas of growth. Thank you for your consideration of this application, and I am available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will go to the public. I'll just remind folks you have 5 minutes, and when there's 30 seconds to go, I'll give you a nod to let you know to begin to wrap up. So I'll look for the first speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm Erin Wilcox, and I live in Northridge, and nearby the proposed building will impact our community. And I just wanted to say that Northridge is a well-established, desirable community of predominantly single-family homes, and the neighbors are opposed to an 8-story building backing onto Dunboyne Crescent. The neighbors are not opposed to intensification, but are opposed to an 8-story building in the backyard. And they're proposing a shorter building, perhaps 4 stories. And in reading the London Plan and the London Building Policy, I read a few statements that talked about sensitivity to neighborhoods. For example, intensification will be promoted in appropriate locations in a way that is sensitive to existing neighborhoods and represents a good fit. And I am suggesting that this is not sensitive to the neighborhood and not a good fit. The building has fewer than 1-to-1 parking, and it is just too large for the location. It would be a detriment to the neighborhood, and it's a concern for other neighborhoods going forward. With the building boom in London, I think sensitivity to neighborhoods is very important, and I feel like maybe that's lacking. We learned at the Zoom meeting that we had with the developer, which was informative, and with our community meeting, that as long as the developer can check off all of the building requirements, the building will be approved. However, there's no mention of sensitivity to the neighborhood, a good fit, consistency with the neighborhood, and I think that's vital, not just for Northridge, but for all communities in London, or our building boom will detract from our city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Yep, good afternoon. My name is Susan Berberick. The backyard of our property directly backs on to the property at 767 Fanshawe. The Fanshawe lot also directly abuts the backyards of 6 other residential properties that together surround the Fanshawe lot. Each of these surrounding properties are single-family homes. This property has other unique characteristics. It has an oil pipeline easement that limits the area that any permanent structure can be built. The property also has a steep downgrade, which gives rise to drainage and stormwater management issues. I believe the height and scale of the proposed apartment building is much too large for this lot. I understand the plan is to push the building as far forward toward Fanshawe Park Road as possible to help with the effects on the rear property owners. Even so, this will not effectively mitigate the adverse effects that it will have on the surrounding properties. A smaller building would allow for a more appropriate transition between an intensified build along Fanshawe and the abutting neighboring residential properties. At the same time, such a development would still achieve intensification objectives albeit at a somewhat lower density, but still at a density in keeping with provincial objectives. As with any development, you as councillors of the Planning Committee have the authority to amend this rezoning application, so we ask that you consider a smaller scale development and make an amendment. Having said that, whether the proposed development or a smaller development is ultimately approved, there will remain several very important issues and concerns that we would ask be addressed during the site planning approval stage. I would like to list these now to get them on the record. Drainage, grading, and retaining walls. A solution should be found to the drainage issues that protects the neighboring properties from any runoff of the development, and any added retaining wall be of high-quality, long-lasting material such as concrete. We also ask, when site planning is considering the retaining wall, that the abutting neighboring property owners be consulted, like any other good neighbor. Shadowing and sightlines. Minimize these issues by ensuring maximum possible setback distances are observed, and step backs and other design techniques are used to reduce the visual impacts to the neighboring properties. Noise and privacy. To mitigate concerns regarding these issues, the developer has advised that no balconies will be constructed. The site planning process should ensure that this commitment is honored and that no balconies or rooftop amenity are allowed, so some privacy is achieved to the backyard living spaces of abutting residential properties. Buffer zone. A robust buffer zone should be restored along the perimeter of the property, including the planting of mature trees. Fencing. We ask that board-on-board privacy fencing, at least to the maximum permitted height, should be installed along the perimeter of all parking areas to protect against headlight glaring shining into neighboring properties. Garbage storage and odor management. The plan for the location and the storage of garbage should be effective to ensure no garbage or odors spill over onto neighboring properties and that rodents are not attracted, such as using deep collection underground garbage containers. Lighting. Lighting should be designed to reduce or eliminate nighttime light spillover, glow effect from the building lighting, interior apartment lighting, parking light, lot lighting, and any other light sources. The intent of listing these issues is so that direction may be given to the site planner to ensure that they are addressed with effective mitigations to avoid adverse effects on the abutting properties. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Malcolm Shantz, and I'm a resident of Dunboyne Crescent. I'm here to argue against the proposed setback reductions tied to the rezoning application for 767 Fanshawe and 679 Dunboyne Crescent. I believe those reductions should not be approved. Setbacks are not just a small technical detail. They're an important planning tool used to make sure new buildings fit well with their surroundings and support good design. In this case, the proposed reductions work against those goals. City planning staff say the proposals follow the London Plan, but they don't explain why reduced setbacks make sense for this site. This part of Fanshawe Park Road is known for having larger front and side setbacks. Fanshawe Park Road East is already a road that is dominated by traffic with high speeds and heavy volumes. Front yard setbacks play an important role in helping soften those conditions. If the front setback is reduced, the proposed building will be pushed closer to the road. That leaves less room for meaningful landscaping and buffering, which makes the street feel harsher, increases noise, and makes it less comfortable for people walking by. It also raises safety concerns on a road where vehicles have already lost control and hit nearby concrete sound barriers. Putting a building this close to traffic does not make sense. Planning policies are clear that height and density need to be balanced with proper building placement. When setbacks are reduced, the result isn't good design. It's too much building squeezed into a small site. The city shouldn't relax basic design standards by allowing this oversized building on this site. The reduced west side yard setback is especially concerning. Side setbacks are important for keeping space between buildings, allowing light and air, and providing room for landscaping and reducing privacy and shadow impacts on the neighboring homes. Neither the applicant nor city staff have given a real planning reason for this reduction, other than allowing a larger building with more units. That's not a strong policy justification. Cutting the side yard setback this much would push a large amount of building very close to the lot line and create a very compressed form of development that doesn't fit the character of this area. It would create compatibility issues for nearby properties now and in the future. Approving these reductions would also set a concerning precedent. If very small side setbacks are allowed next to single-family homes, it becomes harder to uphold standards elsewhere. Planning decisions should be consistent and based on policy, not just because a developer wants to build bigger on a particular site. In closing, rejecting these setback reductions doesn't mean rejecting redevelopment altogether. With reasonable setbacks, development could still happen in a way that respects the surrounding area, improves the streetscape, and follows the city's design standards. That could be done with a smaller building or a different design that fits within the proper setback limits. The proposed setbacks aren't supported by good planning principles, don't improve the public space, and don't work well with the surrounding neighborhood. There is no evidence that current setback requirements prevent reasonable development. I urge council to reject the proposed setback reductions and ask for a design that better balances development goals with established planning and urban design principles. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to give us your name, please.
Good afternoon, committee meeting. I'm Randy Wilson. We are in support of some sort of form of reasonable infill on this site. The key word is reasonable. The PEC report says they have indicated that there is currently a significant drainage issue with the site with uncontrolled runoff going forward in the adjacent properties. We think the current situation has been misunderstood. For clarity, that section of Fanshawe did not have curbs and gutters until the road was widened in 2017. The runoff issue was solved when the curbs and gutters were installed. Our current concern is around the development cutting into the curbs and the gutters for the driveway, removing vegetation and increasing the hard surface. In addition, Fanshawe now has twice as much asphalt with potential to increase runoff. Today, our top concerns are stormwater management, height, west side setback, and density. During the last application process, we described the elevation of the site as having an elevation difference of greater than 5 to 6 feet relative to the abutting properties. It is only 15 meters from the southwest corner of 767 Fanshawe to the foundation of abutting properties. This puts that property at most at risk for flooding. Any breach of retaining wall or stormwater management system could flood our home. We believe the proposed project severely changes the grade in the property. There would also be an increase in the volume of rainwater and snow melt. On February the 5th, 2025, there was a group of 5 people on the sidewalk at Fanshawe Park Road West along the west fence line. One of the fellows was questioning the need to backfill 6 feet to put in the driveway. That currently illustrates that the property is not flat. There's no mention in the report of backfilling. However, the legend in the site plan shows proposal retaining wall. The legend is short and detailed and indicates the retaining wall is to be designed by others. With likely significant change in the grade, it appears that the retaining wall greater than 6 feet would require across the abut properties, then add a fence on the top. Our backyards may feel like a prison courtyard. In the City of London document, Chapter 9, Grading Design Specifications Recommendation Requirements Manual, it states, whenever possible, the designer shall take every opportunity to eliminate or reduce the size of existing retaining walls owned and maintained by the city. This prompts 3 questions. Why is the City of London eliminating or reducing the retaining walls that they own and maintain? Question 2, how can you ensure proper future maintenance of the retaining wall and no stormwater management failure? And question 3, given the unique quality of the lot, should the retaining wall and the stormwater management be addressed before the zoning is changed? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Ma'am, please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Maureen Wilson. Our home abuts the proposed development. I, too, would welcome reasonable intensification on this site. Due to the unique qualities and likely change of grade, we would like a holding provision code added for stormwater management. I would also like to briefly touch on an added agenda item C, which points out a comment in the staff report that is suggesting the consideration of balconies. This does not align with messaging the public received during the engagement phase, and we would like to ensure no balconies. Please also ensure no future rooftop amenity. Item C also includes a chart showing calculations for stories 2 through 8. At the virtual meeting, there was great emphasis being put on 8 stories being allowed. However, allowable height is not the only metric that decides appropriateness of a build. Other metrics include setbacks and density, both of which are affected by height. We have stress tested the special provisions requested. Calculations were done for each story from 2 through 8. The proposal is for 207 units per hectare. The table maximum is 75 units per hectare, and the site is approximately 1/3 of a hectare. Please note that the London maximum of 75 units per hectare is already 1.5 times greater than what the Provincial Planning Statement 2024 sets as an expectation for large, fast-growing communities. Even at just 1 person per unit, the proposal is a multiplier of 4 times the provincial density expectation. Using the London's higher density of 75 units per hectare and subtracting an estimated 10 units per story, it is not until the building is reduced to 3 stories that the maximum density is brought into compliance with the table maximum. The proposed east and west side yard setbacks are unbalanced and unfair and do not meet relevant setback policies. The requested west setback undermines the purpose of the existing minimum zoning regulations and will introduce shadowing and impair sightlines. Setback minimums are determined by Table 12.3. The higher the building, the larger the setback. Per the table formula, the required setback is 10.8 meters. The proposed setback is deficient by 4.3 meters, the equivalent of 14.1 feet. It is not until the building height is reduced to 4 stories that the proposed west setback is in compliance with the table minimum setback. The proposed east and west setbacks are significantly unbalanced, with the development retaining a setback that is almost 3 times the required setback on the east side, which incidentally is property owned or represented by the applicant, while on the west, for properties owned by neighbors, they want a reduced setback. The planning justification report says that if they don't get the west setback, it will result in 16 fewer units. The fact that impediments on the property owned by the developer, such as building restrictions associated with the oil pipeline that runs through part of the proposed property, do not permit the developer to build closer to the lot line on the east, does not justify shrinking the setbacks for the properties located on the west. If the characteristics of the lot won't allow as big a building without encroaching on the neighbors to the west, the developer should settle for a smaller building. It is also important to understand that of all the abutting properties, the property abutting on the west has the shallowest backyard and would feel the impacts of reduced setbacks the most. We recently became aware of Rethink zoning draft documents on the city website. While it is still in draft stage, it gives a glimpse of the direction the city currently thinks is reasonable for the future. In consulting that document regarding side yard setbacks, it too shows larger setbacks with higher height. Even a 1-story building under Rethink zoning does not support the west setback. The London Plan place type policy states the development will be permitted only if it can be demonstrated in conformity with the policies of this plan, that it will be a good fit and will not undermine the character of the lower order street. From the site plan, it appears the building would be 7.12 meters, approximately 23 feet from the west fence line, and we have the shallowest backyard. From our backyard windows and backyard, we will see the west side of the building as well as the west side, dauntingly large and looming over us at an estimated 45-degree angle, significantly impairing our sight lines. The reduced west setback should be rejected. And I have two questions. One, how does the proposal provide reasonable transition to the abutting residential properties? And two, is it reasonable and a good fit for the applicant to reach for maximum height while requesting special provisions encroaching on the west setback and sightlines, while at the same time keeping 3 times the required setback on the east for themselves? Thank you for time and consideration.
Thank you. And we have a couple of people online. Mark Musio, can you hear us? Okay, we might come back to Mark. I see Martha. Martha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Martha Reese. My husband and I have lived on Dunboyne Crescent for 32 years, and I've raised our family here. This is a lovely community to raise a family with schools within walking distance. We are concerned that with all of the development happening in this community along Fanshawe Park Road, our schools will be over capacity and that the traffic situation will become busier, making leaving the subdivision more difficult and dangerous. What is the city doing about placing traffic lights at the corner of Glenora and Fanshawe, since this is a very busy intersection, which is the main access for the 2 elementary schools? We are also very concerned that the visitors of this new apartment building are only going to be able to make a right-hand turn going east to exit this property. And if they want to go west, they will likely make U-turns at Glenora and Fanshawe, causing issues for others in this intersection. What plans does the city have to address this issue? We are not against infill where appropriate. Stacked housing, as was proposed in the last rezoning application of this property, would be welcome, as it would blend in more with the single-family homes in this community. The proposed 8-story building abutting the homes on the north side of our crescent would tower over the existing homes, causing shadowing of those homes of 4 to 8 hours a day, which is not acceptable, not to mention the disappropriate size of this building against our homes. Why is the city no longer ensuring that communities are protected from these types of developments? There are certainly more appropriate areas for this type of development. With 77 units proposed and only 56 parking spaces, it is likely that visitors and even tenants of this building will be using our crescent to park their vehicles, because there will not be enough parking on the property nor parking allowed on Fanshawe Park Road. How is this being addressed? We are disappointed that City Council and the Planning Department care more about the wishes of developers over the rights of the taxpayers in our communities. This bill will forever change the quaint community we love. We are opposed to the rezoning of this property to allow for an 8-story apartment building to be built on this site. We're asking that Council reject this proposal as a stacked housing already approved will provide housing as the city wishes. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this application.
Thank you. Ms. Seguin, can you hear me?
Thank you. Hi,
Please.
I'm Diane Seguin.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
Sure. I'm Diane Sagan. I live on Dalkeith Avenue, and I'm one of the houses that abut the proposed development. So I want to say first that I agree with all the points my neighbors have made before me, and I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the trees. On the somewhat poorly named tree protection plan, all but one of the trees is slated to be removed. In the previously approved development proposal, a detailed plan was included on how neighboring trees would be spared from harm during the construction process. No protection plans have been described with this current proposal for the mature trees on boarding properties whose root systems and canopies cross into this proposed site. With the necessary grade changes, potential retaining walls, parking lot paving, and new wall erection, these trees will face injury and death without intentional protections in place. These are mature 60-plus-year-old trees and will provide necessary screening from the proposed development. Currently, the proposed development checks every box for creating an urban heat island. The property will be mostly paved, the building fronts Fanshawe Park roadway, and the only suitable space for a small number of trees are on the east side of the property. The minuscule 1.5-meter landscaping strip on the south and west boundaries cannot sustain medium-sized trees. Given that London has declared a climate emergency, the proposed building will be surrounded by heat-reflecting surfaces, contributing to increased energy demands by the tenants and increased air pollution. As a part of our neighborhood and greater London community, any new development must demonstrate long-term climate resilience. Roots, branches, and canopies on trees on neighboring properties must be intentionally protected for the benefits they offer both existing homes and the proposed development. A lower density building would allow for tree cover and soft surfaces to be effectively incorporated on the site, which were strategies suggested by the PEC staff. I urge the council to consider the short and long-term environmental impacts of the proposal and support a lower density build. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ray, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Ray Miller. I am a Northridge resident. I share the concerns of all of the taxpayers and my neighbors. Martha pretty well hit everything I was about to say. I want to congratulate my neighbors for the hard work they have done in analyzing the situation and making the points they have made. We are terribly concerned about the traffic implications, the traffic safety, especially when you also consider the work that's being done on Highbury and the high-rise apartments that are being built there. That in combination with the commercial complexes at the corner of Fanshawe and Highbury are already increasing traffic flow, and it's already pretty dangerous trying to get out of Glenora onto Fanshawe on a quiet day. So more needs to be looked at around that issue. One of the speakers from the other projects also talked about the issue of the expectation of privacy and quality of life. My wife and I moved to London 5 years ago and picked this neighborhood because of the characteristics of the neighborhood. Lots of mature trees, single-family homes, friendly neighbors, a nice neighborhood with a great mix of all types of families. Adding a high-rise to this area would have changed our decisions completely. We would not have moved here. We would have picked something else, looking for the type of neighborhood we have now. Many of my neighbors in my direct on my street couldn't come today because they have to go to work, but they asked me to share their concerns as well. Many of us in the Northridge area really understand the need for infill, but an 8-story apartment building on that location is just not reasonable. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. And hopefully you'll see after listening to all of the presenters today, the wisdom of not approving the zoning application as it stands, but making the changes that we're asking for. Thank you, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Mark Musio, can you hear me? Mark?
Yes, I think I can hear.
Okay,
Sorry,
we
I'm
got
kinda
you.
in and out of work here.
Yeah, no problem. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I would just like to echo all of our neighbors that have spoken previously, and I strongly support their objections to the current proposal as it is. Just to add to some additional pieces of information that maybe haven't already been discussed or brought forward, I would just like to even raise the overall truthfulness or veracity of the proposal that's been put forth to London Council. We'll jump around a little bit here. Section 3.0 is financial impact and considerations. And there's just a one-word sentence stating there are none. I find that extremely hard to believe, again, with all of the objections that have been brought forth today, that there hasn't been any considerations and risk mitigation for the city with respect to that topic. And just to add to the truthfulness of the report, it further describes in there there was public engagement on a meeting on January 8th with the proponent to conduct community consultation. This meeting was booked for an hour and a half. It ended up lasting, I believe, shorter than 45 minutes. There was no public consultation during that meeting. It was one-way communication, highlighting and announcing what the intention of the proponent was. There was no additional dialogue to further understand and hear the considerations brought forth from the community. And again, just in conclusion, my wife and I both support the neighborhood in strongly objecting the current proposal as it stands.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Paul Volek. I live on Dunboyne Crescent. I raised my kids there. 3 of my kids actually live in the same neighborhood. The demographics that we talk about of a community area is a wonderful thing. I'm against this 8-story building being built basically on a single-family home dwelling area, and I say that because a lot of the properties in Northridge are about the same size as what that property is, which concerns me that down the road, if you buy the house next to it, oh, can we build another one? You also have to consider the fact of the value of these properties. The property right next to it, I don't know what it actually sold for, but was up for sale for $1.1 million prior to all of this happening, which tells me that that person who bought the house, whatever the price that they actually paid for it, is now probably going to lose a lot of value in their property, not to mention all the other people in that neighborhood. The other thing we have to also consider is, as you are planning the city, is the traffic and whatnot. You have approved 2 18-story buildings on Highbury Ave. There's already 2 more buildings, I believe, at 8 stories high on Highbury Ave. You have one at Trossachs that was just approved, I believe, for 8 stories. And now you have another one at Stackhouse, I believe, is also being built there. So the traffic that we're looking at is going to be immense. And that's not to mention the plaza. And we know there's going to be in the phase 2 of that, an 80,000 square foot property, which kind of tells me that that's going to be a Walmart, which means the traffic in that area is going to be atrocious. Now all these individuals now can only get out on the road by turning right and turning into our neighborhood. And U-turns are already happening on Fanshawe Park Road as we speak now. At least 5 or 6 a day I watch driving down Fanshawe and people doing U-turns on that street. Accidents have been occurring quite often, and the infrastructure that you've developed or you're thinking is not right. Basically, right now, what I've heard from everybody, it's rack 'em, stack 'em, and pack 'em. You're just trying to get everybody pushed in, pushed in, pushed in. Yes, we have some growth that has to happen. I agree with that. But let's consider all the options around us. It doesn't all have to be forced into one property or 2 properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Burbrick. We live directly behind 767. Our backyards abut one another. We're aware that the city's recently approved a number of other 8-story apartment buildings along other urban thoroughfares. I guess the question is, why is this one any different? In fact, our ward councillor, Jerry Pribble, asked us to specifically address that question. And he gave us two recent examples to compare, one on Jalna, the other on Sarnia Road. So we went out to visit those sites. After doing so, and doing some further research on what was approved, it's pretty apparent there are indeed meaningful differences here that would support a different outcome. Here are some of them. Lot size. This is a very small lot, less than a quarter of the size of the Jalna lot, and slightly more than a half size of the Sarnia lot. Those much larger lots can accommodate better an 8-story build than this one. Context. The Fanshawe site abuts the rear yards of residential properties on 3 sides. None of the other sites do this. None of them abut or overlook the rear yards of any residential properties. Sightline impairment and shadowing. The Jalna and Sarnia Road setbacks both allow those buildings to be distanced further from any residential properties. Density. The proposed density on Fanshawe, 207 units per hectare, is much greater than what was approved for either of those other sites. Flooding and grading issues. Fanshawe is the only one of these developments that is proposing to backfill the site to levelize a 6-foot-plus slope running from the front to the rear of the property, and to erect a retaining wall of 6 or more feet directly between that property and the neighboring properties. Constrained ingress and egress. Due to a median on Fanshawe Park Road, vehicles can't turn left in or out of this site. The traffic study referenced in the planning report did not contain any analysis of the impacts of no left turns in or out, including U-turns on Fanshawe and cut-throughs on nearby residential streets. Oil pipeline. The Fanshawe site has an oil pipeline easement that has resulted in the shifting of the proposed building to the west, squeezing it in on the residential properties on that side. Step backs. Despite being the only building that will directly overlook the backyards of its residential neighbors, the Fanshawe development is the only one that is not proposing to use building setbacks, step backs, above the lower floors to mitigate the visual impacts. So to answer Jerry's question about what's different here, here you have an already small lot on which the buildable area is further constrained by an oil pipeline easement. It is located directly in the midst of single-family residential properties. It proposes to shrink side yard setbacks and increase density well beyond what has been approved for those other developments. And it proposes to build a 6-foot retaining wall abutting the backyards of its neighbors. There are no step backs, there is no buffer, there is no transition of building heights, just an 8-story apartment tower directly overlooking the backyards of single-family residential properties that abut it on 3 sides. The proposed development is simply too large for this lot and represents too extreme a transition from single-family homes neighboring it. Please consider the multiple submissions that were made from those who live in this community, none of whom are against intensification, but all of whom are very opposed to this particular development on this particular lot. And please ask yourself, are these concerns just NIMBY? Ignore them like everybody else? Or are some of them valid enough that they should make a difference here?
30 seconds.
Well, I'll stop right here. And I'll thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Shannon Calvert. I am here on behalf of myself and my neighbors regarding this proposed zoning change. We recognize and support the city's provincial goals of increasing housing supply. Our concern is not about intensification itself, but whether this proposal represents good planning in this location and whether the scale of development is appropriate for the site as it exists today. I would like to note that the planning report does not equally emphasize that two very different properties are involved. One property fronts onto Fanshawe Park Road, is zoned R5, and is located on a major arterial within a primary transit area. The other fronts onto Dunboyne Crescent, is zoned R17, has an Imperial Oil pipeline easement, and is part of a stable local residential neighborhood. Despite this, the analysis provided by both the applicant and the city staff focuses almost entirely on the Fanshawe Park Road context. It largely ignores the implication of rezoning the Dunboyne Crescent property from low-intensity residential to high-density R8 zoning. Under the Planning Act and the city's zoning bylaw amendment process, a rezoning applies to the entire subject land. Each parcel's existing zoning and permissions, constraints, and neighborhood contexts must be evaluated. That has not occurred here. Instead, the applicant proposes a sequential planning approach. A residential property is temporarily upzoned to high density. Part of it is severed to support the apartment building, and the remaining portion is then downzoned back to residential. This is piecemeal planning and lot manipulation designed to achieve an outcome that could not be supported if the lands were assessed holistically. The fact that a separate residential property is required to meet the parking needs, sorry, I have to hold this up again, So the fact that a separate residential property is required to meet the parking needs demonstrates that the apartment building does not function appropriately within its own site boundaries. This is a self-created deficiency. Ontario planning principles consistently discourage addressing self-created deficiencies through additional rezoning or severances, especially when they impact stable residential neighborhoods such as Northridge, which is approximately 60 years old. The London Official Plan requires the development to be appropriate for its context and to respect the function and character of adjacent residential streets. The severed lands are not minor or incidental. They are essential to the scale and operation of the proposed 8-story apartment building. Their use for parking fundamentally changes the function of residential land and undermines the existing residential lot pattern. In 2022, 267 Fanshawe Park Road was rezoned to permit 64 units per hectare. With the severing of a residential lot, the current proposed seeks 207 units per hectare. That increase is achieved not through better design, but by expanding the site into the surrounding neighborhood. Provincial and municipal policies support intensification, but they do not support development that relies on staged approaches across multiple properties to achieve density beyond what a primary site can support. The good planning requires consideration of the fundamental outcome, not technical compliance achieved step by step. Finally, the number and scope of the requested variances, including height, density, and setbacks, further indicate that this proposal does not align with the zoning framework as intended. Taken together, these variations cannot reasonably be described as minor. If approved, this approach would set a troubling precedent, allowing residential properties to be temporarily upzoned, severed, and partially downzoned to facilitate over-intensification, gradually eroding stable residential neighborhoods. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the committee to deny the rezoning, severance, and related variances, or at a minimum require the applicant to demonstrate that the apartment building can function entirely with its own site boundaries, including parking and access, without relying on the conversion of a residential lot. I'm not asking about this site alone, and this is a question for you, but about the precedent that this would be establishing. If the
30 seconds.
If the city approves this application, on what planning basis would staff deny the same staged upzoning and severance strategy on other residential streets in the city? And that's a question for you, please.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker.
That's okay. I can hold it.
Okay, please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Margaret Wilson. I'd like to speak briefly about balconies and how this connects to the larger concerns. My property backs on to 767 Fanshawe. Many of us have with the proposed setback reductions of 767 Fanshawe Park Road East and 679 Dunboyne Crescent. The applicant has said that balconies are not currently part of the plan. However, the city staff report recommends that balconies be considered as the project moves forward. That distinction is important because zoning approvals don't just apply to what's shown today, they allow what could happen in the future. Once these reduced setbacks are approved, there would be nothing stopping balconies from being added later on. And that's why their potential impacts need to be considered now. With the building plan so close to Fanshawe Park Road, balconies along the front of the building create real safety concerns for people walking by. Fanshawe Park Road is a very busy, high-speed road. Having balconies so close to the sidewalk increases the risk of falling objects, debris, or snow and ice coming down onto the public spaces, which could easily be avoided with proper setbacks. Balconies would also make noise issues even worse for neighboring homes and for people on the sidewalk, especially with the constant traffic, I think I'm nervous here, along this road. The applicant has previously suggested that not having balconies would help reduce noise, but that protection disappears if balconies are later allowed under the zoning being requested. Even more concerning are balconies along the sides or the back of the building with the reduced setbacks. Balconies in these areas would create serious privacy issues for nearby low-density homes. Elevated outdoor spaces placed so closely to property lines would allow direct views into neighboring backyards and windows, changing the level of privacy people in the neighborhood currently have and value. These issues aren't just a normal part of developing this property to any extent. They are the direct result of pushing a large building too close to the property lines by reducing setbacks. With larger setbacks in a building that's better scaled to the area, many of these concerns could be managed or avoided altogether. This really highlights why setback reductions shouldn't be approved based on the idea that contains features won't be included. Planning decisions need to be based on what's allowed, not just what's promised today. For all these reasons, I believe the potential addition of balconies further shows why the requested setback reductions are not appropriate and should be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I apologize for that stand. It's something staff should
That's good.
Yeah, I apologize for that, Stan. That's obviously going to have to be corrected.
This will work.
Please give us your name. You have 5
Good
minutes.
afternoon. My name is Nicholas Gilbert. I live at 691 Dunboyne Crescent in the Northridge neighborhood. This proposal is seeking to rezone the subject properties to R8-4 with significant exemptions for height and density, as well as reduced setbacks. I'm not against growth or intensification. My concern is whether the proposed density of 207 units per hectare is appropriate on this site. The London Plan identifies this portion of Fanshawe Park Road as an urban thoroughfare. The subject property is designated as a neighborhood place type and within a primary transit zone. In 2022, it was rezoned to R5 with a maximum density of 64 units per hectare, appropriate for a mid-density corridor. Despite upcoming changes, the current zoning bylaws and the London Plan are in effect, are they not? The bylaw for R8 zoning states this zoning regulates medium-density development in the form of low-rise apartment buildings, which will vary in form depending on adjacent land uses, but in no case shall exceed 16 meters in height. The regulations for R8-4 zoning specify a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, but recognize that up to 150 units per hectare have been approved under certain conditions. Let's be clear, density over 200 units per hectare is considered a very high a form of very high density development in London, typically associated with high-rise apartment buildings in downtown or higher order transit-oriented growth areas. The London Plan is explicit that intense, very high density forms of development be directed to urban corridors, transit villages, major nodes in downtown, places designed to absorb that level of scale and impact. This site is not located with any of those strategic growth areas. City planning staff and our councillor have repeatedly stated that the new provincial planning statement and zoning bylaw updates tie their hands. 8 stories are permitted, so we can't refuse this application. This is not correct. The provincial planning statement and the London Plan do not require 8 stories in an urban thoroughfare. They clearly state that up to 8 stories are permitted and that zoning be applied to ensure an intensity of development that is appropriate to the neighborhood context. It is intended to accommodate incremental and compatible forms of intensification. It further states that the extent of intensity described will not necessarily be permitted on all sites. The London Plan places a clear burden on proposals to demonstrate that they are a good fit within the surrounding context. A proposal of this intensity represents a significant departure from what is envisioned for the neighborhood place types, both in scale and density. New developments recently completed or currently under construction facing onto Fanshawe Park Road between Richmond and Highbury all are 3- or 4-story stacked townhouses or apartment buildings, all with lower densities. Transit access is often cited to justify density. This site is not located on or near a rapid transit corridor, within a transit village, or at a major node. The London Plan consistently links high density to higher order transit. Approving D200 plus density here would weaken the plan's fundamental strategy of transit-oriented growth and risk setting a precedent for similar intensification in areas not intended to accommodate it. Compatibility is another critical policy test. Areas to the south, east, and west consist of long-established low-rise residential developments abutting the subject property. While there are some medium-density forms to the north on the other side of Fanshawe Park Road, the scale, massing, and intensity proposed here represent a sharp and abrupt transition, not the sensitive incremental transitions the plan requires. The London Plan emphasizes predictability and clarity. Approving a D200 plus density in a neighborhood place type undermines that predictability and blurs the distinction between areas intended for moderate densities and those intended for high densities. This application asks Council to treat a neighborhood place site as though it were an urban corridor or a transit village without the policy framework to support that intensity. This is not good planning. It is not reasonable or appropriate. In closing, Council does not need to choose between housing supply and good planning. The London Plan already provides ample opportunity for high-density development in appropriate locations. This site is not one of them. The proposed zoning change and exemptions to high density do not align with the place-type policies and do not meet the plan's own test for compatibility and good fit. The proposal is trying to fit too much onto too little. Please explain why this proposal should be approved when it clearly contradicts many provisions of the London Plan and zoning bylaws. I respectfully ask that the Planning and Environmental Committee require a substantially reduced maximum density and height for this site. 100 units per hectare and a height of 16 meters might be appropriate. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Please, ma'am, you have, give us your name, you have 5 minutes. I just want to remind folks, we've got another microphone up at the top there, if that one is not usable.
I'm Peggy Rivard, and I'm at 695 Dunboyne Crescent. And I would like to address the traffic issue. I know it has been talked about before, but increased traffic flow means a greater chance of accidents. More accidents mean a greater chance of injury, sometimes even death. I think traffic is very important. Right now, without a 77-unit apartment building on Fanshawe, those of us have problems trying to get out onto Fanshawe from Glenora. Why? There's a median that is filled with snow in the winter and vegetation in the summer, which makes it difficult to see oncoming traffic from the east. School buses use Glenora to access Northridge Public School and St. Mark's Elementary School at peak times of the day. Vehicles use Glenora to access a daycare center located between these two elementary schools. Students cross at Glenora to attend Lucas Secondary School. We're also very concerned that the proposed apartment has a right-in, right-out only opening. Vehicles from the apartment who wish to go west will, I'm quite sure, go to Glenora, simply make a U-turn. If they decide to go all the way down Glenora to Adelaide, they will simply be increasing the traffic on a residential street where we've already had to have speed bumps installed because of speeding vehicles. Because of the right-in, right-out, vehicles coming from the east will go to Trossachs and also try to do a U-turn there, even though there isn't even a turning lane there. I predict a number of rear-end collisions at that point. We can safely assume that any guests coming to the apartment will be told to park across the road on Stony Creek Crescent. This means the guests will then have to jaywalk across 4 lanes of traffic. Not safe, not legal. We've not seen any information from an actual traffic study. If a study was done, was it completed before the new stores at Highbury Fanshawe opened? Food Basics, Shoppers, Dollarama, McDonald's, another restaurant, many other smaller businesses now open with more to come. Was the study done before all the new townhomes were added to the area off Rob Panzer Drive? Was it done before the apartment buildings at the intersection of Fanshawe and Stackhouse Drive with another big apartment proposed at the same intersection were built? Was it done before townhouses or townhomes between Stackhouse and Rob Panzer Drive were built? Some of the other concerns we have. 2 vehicles have already crashed through the retaining wall put up behind 675 Dunboyne, property right beside the proposed building. Posted speed limit might be 60 kilometers an hour, but vehicles do not adhere to this. 2 light standards have been toppled after 2 separate accidents at Glenora and Fanshawe. As I pointed out earlier, this is not a safe intersection right now. Online delivery people will park on Fanshawe Park Road or block the bicycle lanes, pedestrian sidewalks. Emergency vehicles, for example, the 45 fire vehicles mandated to attend a fire alarm will have to park on Fanshawe. Each of the councillors on the planning committee received a recent article from me from the Brantford newspaper, and just to recap, in Brantford, an application for a 10-story apartment building was submitted to council. The proposal was asking for a zoning bylaw amendment to allow 2 homes on adjoining lots to be changed from their current residential zone. The application was consistent with Brantford's official plan and provincial policies. The property was in an intensification corridor which allowed for higher density structures. Proposal was approved by the city's planning staff. But here's what the Brantford councillors said, and I'm quoting. Of particular concern is a planned right-in, right-out only access. It looks now that it does nothing to cater to modern-day realities. Delivery and rideshare drivers would have to stop on the street. It looks like it's just too much on too little, like we're trying to jam something in there, and I, one of the councillors speaking, just don't think it fits very well. In the end, the councillors of Brantford felt there were too many major issues, not just traffic, but the other ones we've all mentioned today, to be worked out during an approval process, and so rejected the zoning bylaw amendment application.
30 seconds.
I sincerely hope that you, as our councillors, feel the same way about this proposed amendment. And I don't know if Councillor Stevenson is able to hear this. I see she's not here, or Councillor Hilliard, but I am hoping that they're able to hear everything that was said today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Barb Mailer. I'd like to thank you for your time this afternoon. We're all tax-paying residents of a beautiful, close-knit community that we call Northridge, located in Northeast London. We vote for our city councillors, and we expect them to listen to their constituents and to be a line of communication between the constituents and City Hall. We are here to graciously ask the City Planning and Environment Committee to consider the unique, problematic issues that face 767 Fanshawe Park Road future development and take these issues into account before approving an 8-story apartment building to be built on this property. According to the 2023-2027 strategic plan for the City of London, there is an expectation that the city councillors embody values of integrity, accountability, and compassion, aiming to improve the community well-being through inclusive, ethical, and transparent governance. We ask that you ensure to utilize these values when approving this future development. We ask that you consider the core values of accounting and transparency, acting with integrity, upholding the law, and ensuring decisions are made in an open and accountable manner. The core value of compassion and public service, focusing on the well-being of the constituents rather than personal gain. The core value of proactive engagement, being available, listening to, and advocating for the residents. Residents of Northridge neighborhood have been very accommodating. We are trying to work with city officials to come up with something reasonable for our neighborhood. However, the city officials are demonstrating a bullying attitude rather than demonstrating their core values and listening to and advocating for the residents. Is an 8-story apartment building really what Northridge needs? No. Just because other 8-story apartment buildings have been approved in other areas around London does not mean that it's the right fit for Northridge. As my mom used to say, just because John Smith jumped off the bridge doesn't mean you have to do it too. Mothers are wise. We should all listen to them. Each application should be judged independently, and a lot of research should be done, including right fit. And I think you'll all agree that the people who have spoken today have done a lot of work in that research, and we hope that the city will also look at that research and do some of their own as well. A common sense approach is necessary. There are no 8-story apartments currently on the Fanshawe corridor between Richmond and Clark Road. Many of the smaller apartment buildings along Fanshawe have vacancies that have been there since they were built. Where are the people that are going to move into this 8-story apartment building? We ask that you consider the core values of the strategic 2023-2027 strategic plan for the City of London prior to making any hasty decisions that are going to change the Northridge subdivision drastically. Remember, we are not opposed to something being built at 767 Fanshawe Park Road, but please listen to our concerns and work with us in order to do what is right for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. No one online? Please, ma'am, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Give us your name as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Gilbert. I'm here today to speak about the final planning report for 767 Fanshawe Park Road East and 679 Dunboyne Crescent, and specifically about how the provincial policy statement and the London plan have been misapplied to justify approval of a poorly designed proposal. I want to begin with a fundamental point. The PPS and the London Plan are not guidelines, they're statutory planning documents. Under the Planning Act, city decisions must be consistent with the PPS and conform with the official plan. The policies are not optional, and they can't be set aside simply because a proposal advances intensification. Both the PPS and the London Plan support intensification, but only when it is compatible, well-designed, and appropriately scaled to its surroundings. Intensification does not override requirements for setbacks, massing, or transitions. In this case, the staff report treats those requirements as negotiable in order to accommodate the largest possible building on the site. A key example is the reduced west side setback. We're told this reduction is influenced by the oil pipeline setback required. That could be a reasonable planning justification if no building could be accommodated on the site without reducing those setbacks. But that's not the case here. The developer's report clearly states that complying with the west side setback would result in the loss of 16 units. In other words, the setback reduction is not necessary to enable development, it's only necessary to enable this scale of development to the detriment of neighboring properties. A slightly smaller building could fit within the site while respecting the required setbacks. The decision to reduce setbacks is therefore a choice driven by unit maximization, not physical constraints or policy necessity. Good planning does not ask whether a site can be pushed to its absolute maximum limits. It asks whether the proposal represents an appropriate build form for its context. There are also clear, reasonable design mitigations that could significantly reduce impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, but they have not been meaningfully considered. Other recent 8-story building projects approved in the city incorporate step-backs above the 5th or 6th floor to reduce visual bulk, shadowing, and a sense of a looming wall next to low-rise homes in the street. Step-backs are a well-established tool for achieving compatible transitions, yet they're absent here, not because they are unfeasible, but because they would reduce unit yield. Similarly, full setbacks along sensitive edges would create space for better landscaping, usable green space, and more effective buffering for adjacent residential properties. Instead, the site is compressed to maximize building footprint and parking, leaving little room for meaningful mitigation. Residents are not opposed to working with the developer, but what we've seen is not a willingness from the applicant to consider options like step-backs, appropriate setbacks, and usable green space. The proposal before you prioritizes maximizing building size and unit count, and then asks the city to waive policy requirements to make it work. That approach reverses the intent of the London Plan. Policy should shape development, not be bent to accommodate it. For these reasons, I submit that the final planning report does not demonstrate consistency with the provincial policy statement or conformity with the London Plan. I respectfully urge the committee to either reject the recommendation as currently framed or introduce amendments to require a revised proposal that reflects good design, reasonable mitigation, and genuine compliance with the city's statutory planning policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll just check again with the clerk to see if there's anyone online. Yeah. Okay. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Celia McDonald and I live on Dunboyne Crescent. You've heard all the ways in which the current proposal is not good planning. In fact, it is bad planning. It is an example of over-intensification, a textbook example, I might say. It also is what I term checkerboard planning or jigsaw puzzle planning more accurately. Which means that if there's a hole in the jigsaw puzzle, you just cut away the parts of the jigsaw puzzle and cram the jigsaw piece in. We have been told by the city planners that they have no discretion but to accept the maximum allowable structure that can be squeezed into the Fanshawe site, and I do mean squeezed, and other people have commented on this. You have heard numerous ways the city has had to provide all sorts of accommodation to the developer in order to allow development to happen on this too small site. I want to note that the PPS, the Provincial Planning Statement, was developed, or sorry, helped develop the London Plan, and by association and adoption by the province, the directives in the London Plan are also part of the provincial directive. I just wanted to briefly direct your attention to the directives in the London Plan. Number 4, you'll note that it says the heading is becoming one of the greenest cities in Canada. What you've just heard is just about the opposite of that. I ask you to look at specifically sub number 5, sub number 11, sub number 16, and I won't go over them, but basically they talk about increasing as much as possible plants in the environment. You will, you may note from some of the comments and the documents that you've been provided with that Northridge has some of the best urban farmers around. We have fruit trees, we have vegetable gardens, we have many flowers that increase pollution. All are important parts of what the province wants to do with respect to agricultural land. Are you willing to accept the developer's bald assertion that the shade policy, which we've never really received, although I've asked for it, will protect urban gardens? I'd like to see that. I think you should too, especially the members of the Environment Committee. What about direction number 5, which talks about support aging in place? We all want to age in our own modest homes in our neighborhood. We can because we chose to do so, to have large, to do without large houses that cover most of the lot and instead have green space. Direction number 5, or directive number 7, subsection 3 talks about a sense of place and character, and sub 5 talks about protect what we cherish, i.e. neighborhood character. It also says, interestingly, what we in Northridge already do, sub 11, support neighborhood scale food production. Number 8 talks about what we're trying to get you to do in a nutshell, which is making wise planning decisions. The question is this project wise planning? If you look at sub number 9, it says ensure new development is a good fit. That's a provincial directive. Within repeated, or at least approved by the province in the London Plan, within the context of the existing neighborhood. Remember, this was approved by the Ontario government. It also states that that the planning process should genuinely engage stakeholders meaningfully and use that input in the planning process. There hasn't been much of that.
30 seconds.
Remember what everyone here has said. No one is opposed to intensity development or infill. What we are objecting to is the size and scale and trying to fit something that doesn't fit onto a small lot. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Check with the clerk one last time to see if there's someone online. No?
Bill Rivard, 695 Dunboyne Crescent. And I am just speaking, some people have already spoken a little bit about the landscaping problem. I look in terms, we're not against intensification, of course. Can't hear me? Oh.
There, sir, please go to the top. I apologize for that condition of that mic there.
Can I start my 5 minutes now?
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, Bill Rivard, 695 Dunboyne Crescent. Again, as all are not against intensification, it's just the style of that we're worried about. Basically, I'm just speaking a little bit about the landscaping part. I realize that that usually comes at the end of the process, but we have to also look at it at the very beginning because, of course, it results in tree removals. And right now, they are looking at removing 32 trees on 767, possibly 9 trees on 679 Dunboyne Crescent. And those trees, big mature trees, you cannot plant a tree and have it turn into a big mature tree overnight. So once they're gone, they're gone. And I'm sure everyone has remembered some of their grade 9 science, that the trees and grass are the lungs of the earth. They take out carbon dioxide, they put in oxygen and water vapor, which is a cooling effect, and that is important for the earth's health. And we're not supposed to be taking them out to pave over and put up concrete buildings and asphalt, which release gases which are harmful to the environment. But that's, of course, what a large buildings do, and that's what parking lots do. So those are the things that we have to consider. Now, there's a pipeline. My house has a pipeline in back of it, and we had a fence replaced about 20 years ago. Then Imperial Oil came to say, okay, here, locate the pipeline, and the person said, there's the pipeline, there's the edge, right, left. Okay, you can put your post there, you can put it there. This year, we put another fence in because the old one had disintegrated, and Imperial Oil back again. Now the things have changed as far as where you can put anything. There's the pipeline. You can only put something in over there, 15 feet away, over there, 15 feet away. So it shows something about trees potentially being planted in the pipeline area. And I don't think Imperial Oil is going to allow any planting of trees, digging down that far to plant a tree over top of their pipeline. All of those setbacks at the back with 1.5 meters between a fence and the parking lot will not allow any type of a tree to grow. You might get a few little small bushes in there, but the fence blocks the sun. We know that the sun is necessary for the plant growth. The asphalt dries out the area because it retains heat and emits it overnight. That little patch of grass will not support, or patch of soil will not support anything but a few little shrubs, which may or may not survive because they don't get enough sun or water. So anyway, I just really feel that they have to look at the tree removal and the landscaping in advance of this project, because once those trees are gone, they're not coming back and they're not going to help out. It just kind of reminds me of a song which I'm sure you've all heard of before, where they say that they paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Isn't that really what this is going to do too? Take away grass, take away trees, put up concrete and building, put an asphalt parking lot, and nothing to help the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers. Please, ma'am, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Kumpf. I am the original owner of a little 1,100 square foot brick ranch style home on Dunboyne Crescent in Northridge subdivision, situated roughly kitty corner across the street from the property at 679 Dunboyne Crescent. A large part of Northridge backs onto the south side of Fanshawe Park Road, including all of the north side of Dunboyne Crescent. I have resided here since moving in 60 years ago when the subdivision was being developed, thrilled to think that as a young wife and mother of a toddler at the time, our little family was actually going to have our very own house with a backyard, space to put down roots, play, grow our family, get a pet. The fulfillment of a hope and dream, much the same, I suspect, for many young people of today who may aspire to eventually move from an apartment rental to home ownership. While Northridge was expertly designed with mainly moderate-income young families in mind, I have found that it has served me well throughout each stage and circumstance of my life and is just as suitable for seniors of moderate means who choose to age in place. Northridge has lower cost housing due to the smaller footprint of many of its homes and provides many of the desirable amenities and which are laid out in the London Plan as high quality characteristics for neighborhoods to support affordability, aging in place, and walkable communities. Northridge supports the root goal of the London Plan as an attractive, vibrant, and healthy community. Northridge's lower than average costs for single detached homes makes them a more affordable and thus attainable option for young career professionals and or young families of moderate means who are entering the home buyer market for the first time. As well, these smaller homes are suitable for retired persons, those downsizing, seniors who wish to remain independent in their own place in a hospitable, safe, quiet, and supportive environment. I support thoughtful intensification and infill projects where they make sense, blend in aesthetically, and preserve or increase neighborhood livability for all. By and large, the people who choose to live in Northridge are deeply appreciative of its many benefits, not only for themselves, of course, but also feel a sense of being good stewards who desire to collectively support projects that will enhance the enjoyment of future residents as well. In the flurry to build more rental apartments quickly along the corridor, it's important not to lose sight of the fact that the existing populations need to be kept in mind too. And these neighborhoods that already provide for their needs so well should be kept, enhanced in appropriate ways only where necessary, and their character not destroyed by inappropriate additions that could hinder some of the qualities that make them suitable options for many people. The regular parade of walkers I see passing by on my quiet street, Dunboyne Crescent, over the years and to this day, shows a diversity of ages, abilities, etc., from kids and families to seniors, including a blind gentleman who was safely and confidently able to take his dog for a walk around the Crescent. Yes, it wasn't a service dog, but a pet. And who could often be seen waiting at the bus stop down at the corner of McLean and Glenora, waiting to take a bus somewhere. People tend to stay here in Northridge for years, some a lifetime, and some kids who were born and raised here have come back to buy their own homes and to raise their families. We have 3 generations of one family living on the same street, Dunboyne Crescent. The point being, while supporting all the new increased density development, don't forget that these older, quieter neighborhoods are still as valuable, vibrant, and needed today to offer another choice that especially meets the needs of many kinds of people of London, and any infill intensification should be in harmony with their attributes. I'm not in favor of any zoning change that could risk having a developer for this or any other property in the subdivision in the future to be acquired and demolished or altered to such an extent that it would breach the integrity and continuity of the streetscape and alter the culture, character, and enjoyability of the neighborhood in general and Dunboyne Crescent in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker.
Hi, my name's Linda Smith. I also live on Dunboyne Crescent. I have a prepared thing, but I'm not going to read it. Further to the blind man walking on the street, my son is deaf, and he walks my dog, and he steps in front of traffic all the time. He doesn't hear the cars coming. I don't know, I'll be honest with you, I haven't really looked into this much, but if you demolish the house on Dunboyne Crescent and you make it a thoroughfare, which I know that that has been stated in our community chats and things like that. You're going to increase the likelihood that my son get hit by a car. He's 22 years old. I tell him all the time, Matt, you got to look for cars. He still doesn't do it. You're going to have Uber Eats drivers and Amazon delivery drivers. You're going to have so many more cars on that street. A street that I thought was safe for my son will no longer be safe. It will not be safe for the man that does walk around the Crescent who can't see. There's other people with disabilities that walk around that street. It's not going to be safe. So I don't know if that's part of the plan, but if it is, that's crazy. Anyways.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. I'll check one more time with the clerk, just make sure we have covered off everyone online. We have, okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else coming to the mic, so I'll look to committee to vote on to close the PPF.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, there are a couple of questions that were raised by the folks that addressed the committee. I just want to review with staff. I just want to confirm that Dunboyne is not being used as an access point. If staff could confirm that for me, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. It will not be used as an access point. The proposal is to sever off a portion of Dunboyne, the rear portion of it. It will consolidate with the Fanshawe parcel and create one, and then the existing single family home will remain.
Thank you. There appears to be planning of a retaining wall regarding grading, et cetera. There was some questions regarding maintenance of that wall. Who is responsible for maintaining that wall?
Thank you. Through the chair, because it's on private property, it would be the responsibility of the owner to maintain that wall, but I would like to note that anything over a meter in height will require a building permit and would be required to be designed and certified by a structural engineer.
Thank you. There was a question about traffic studies. Was there a traffic study done in this area, and if so, when was it done?
There was not, through the chair, there was not a traffic study submitted for this application. Just due to the presence of the existing center median, both the accesses will be restricted and they will not be able to make left turn movements, which is the safest option for ingress and egress to the site. And based on my understanding, yeah, just due to the minor increase in peak hour vehicle trips and the fact that both accesses are restricted, transportation staff didn't raise any concerns.
Thank you. Final question regarding trees, especially on the border. What's the position of the city for tree removal when a tree is right on the border and where root structure might go into neighboring properties?
Through the chair, our tree protection bylaw does regulate distinctive trees, so anything over 50 centimeter at breast height, and any damage to any of those trees, including to the root zone on an adjacent property, would require a permit. So that would be required for damage to any trees that would be, or any roots that are on an adjacent property.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to cover off those. If other councilors have other questions that I've missed, I'm sure they will bring that up. Okay, so I'd like to put this on the floor for committee. I'll go to Councilor or Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. Councilor Pribble had provided an alternate motion to address a couple of issues, a holding provision around stormwater drainage management and restricting the balconies. So I'm prepared to put the motion Councilor Pribble brought forward amendments, so an alternate motion to what the staff recommendation has, because it does have a change to it. So I'm prepared to put that on the floor for Councillor Pribble, and then if there's a seconder, I'll yield, and Councillor Pribble's the ward councillor, so I'll let him speak first, and then I may come back with comments, but I'll put Councillor Pribble's motion on the floor.
Okay, so you've got a motion that you're going to put on the floor. Do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Cuddy, and my understanding is that you're okay, we'll just go to Councillor Pribble to speak to that. Okay, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, and through the chair, I would like to state the alternative motion, and I just want to say the reasoning for it. So again, this motion that's in front of us is already exactly how it states. The requested amendment is consistent with the provincial planning statement. The requested amendment is in conformity with London Plan. It ensures compatible build form, orderly development of lands, and adequate provision of municipal services. And this part is added there, which is it's a provision under the H8, and it includes H6, which is to ensure the orderly development of the lands. H8 symbol shall not be deleted until a stormwater servicing report has been prepared and confirmation that stormwater management systems are implemented to the satisfaction of the city engineer. So this is the reasoning for it. It is to address some, certainly, as we heard from 20 plus individuals who were stating their comments regarding this application. It certainly is not the only concerns there, but these concerns, one of the things that I would like to state, yes, it does state there about, I don't know if you can see it up ahead across on the screen, but one of them specific ones about the balconies, that they would be allowed only on the north side, not on the other side, and there are a few other points. So yes, I'm asking the committee to certainly support this. I know procedurally wise, but I do have a list of additional questions that were asked by the speakers. So I don't know, Chair, where you would like to go with.
Please go ahead with your questions, Councillor.
With the questions?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll start from the beginning. I'm going to try not to duplicate the 4 questions asked by the chair. The first one I heard, parking less than 1-on-1. If future, if the council passes in the future this as a requirement, how will this application be affected?
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through this application, there was no request for a reduction in parking. Moving forward, if new parking regulations were to come in force and effect, this application is relevant to the existing parking regulations now.
Can I ask you to speak more into the mic? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, sorry. Through you, Mr. Chair, there was no request for parking reduction through this application. And the zoning bylaw regulations, the parking requirements in that would apply to this today, if that makes sense.
Councillor?
Thank you for that answer. There were questions about step downgrade drainage issues, drainage grading, retaining wall. And the question was, will the neighbors be able to be involved in any consultation either with the city or with the applicant to discuss these issues I just mentioned?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, the site plan process is not a public process. Materials are available to the public if they request them to review, but it's not a process that requires public input.
Councillor?
Once it's made public, will there be any opportunity for the residents to comment on these issues, address, and potentially change anything?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, there isn't a specific public consultation opportunity through the site plan unless there was the direction for a public site plan meeting that would be at planning committee.
Councillor?
Thank you. There were comments about curb gutters, driveways, runoffs, flooding homes currently. And their concern, or the residents' concern, is that this actually will not be improved, that potentially it's actually going to get worse. What are the protections in place currently or with the proposed motion and everything? What protection will there be for the neighborhood?
I'll go staff.
Thank you. Through the chair. In existing conditions, the stormwater is uncontrolled, flowing to the backyards, which may be causing issues. As part of that site plan review, we have standards that we follow, and we require the stormwater flows to be controlled on site and directed to underground sewer systems and overland to Fanshawe Park Road. We also account for existing drainage routes and ensure that the neighboring properties will not be adversely impacted. Our stormwater standards also require the site to control up to the 100-year storm event, with greater storm events being directed to the right-of-way. Hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor?
Sorry, thank you for that. Rooftop amenities, the question was, are they allowed? There's a speculation that potentially there could be a rooftop amenity. How is this treated, again, in terms of the protection of the neighborhood, if the developer applicant would decide to have a rooftop amenity?
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, rooftop amenity space is permitted, so we don't really have anything that can prohibit it.
Councillor?
Okay, this could be, I imagine, this wasn't the question, there's a question of me as a councillor. This could be in any, it could be at this process, it could be later on, it could be any time when the building is standing, correct? To add on a rooftop amenity.
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if they want to add a rooftop amenity in the future, yes, they can do so, but through the proper process.
Councillor?
Correct, I do realize that. There was a question that table, and in the table it states very clearly 75 units per hectare and 3-story max. Based on what are we potentially allowing this increased number of units and stories?
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when looking at density of developments, we look at the London Plan, and density is regulated by the height in the London Plan. In this neighborhood, Place I Belong, the urban thoroughfare, it's 8 stories that is permitted, and so that is the height max up to 8 stories that is permitted through this zoning amendment.
Councillor?
Okay, based on the provincial plan statement, how does this proposal fit the neighborhood transition part?
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when we look at applications for zoning bylaw amendments, we look at the compatibility, the sensitivity, the transition, and we do look at the surroundings. However, we don't look at development and try and make it similar to the existing area, like we don't want to mimic it. In fact, we look at the impacts from a proposed development that could be mitigated through the process. So through this process and the PPS context and the London Plan context, the policy context, we've looked at all of those measures to mitigate any of the impacts. And some of those could be like landscaping, buffering, storage, etc.
Councillor?
Thank you. This was a specific exact question. Is it reasonable to reach maximum height and asking for reduction of setbacks? How is this reasonable?
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when reviewing applications currently, our zoning bylaw doesn't necessarily match up with our London Plan policies. So, and those are what we review for policy context for applications.
Councillor?
Thank you. Buffer currently states 1.5 meters. How can medium?
Your microphone, Councillor.
The buffer currently states 1.5 meters. How can 1.5 meters support a medium-sized tree?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, I believe you're maybe speaking to a 1.5 meter parking setback to provide buffering. Through the site plan process, We will be looking at the appropriate areas for landscaping buffers and parking setbacks that make sense in the context of the site plan review.
Counselor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd also like to add that it's 3 meters on the neighboring property outside of the development.
Counselor.
Okay, thank you for that part. Section 3.0, financial impact consideration are none. And the question by the resident asking, is it truly none, that there are no financial impact considerations?
I'll go staff.
When looking at financial considerations, we look at things like residential DCs for this development, residential development charges, property tax, et cetera. But there were no concerns brought out with that.
Counselor.
So from the perspective of the city, requested variance, how does it align as minor changes to the requested zoning, zoning? This was exactly the question. Requested variance, how does it align as minor changes to the requesting zoning? So I think the resident was stressing the minor based on the statement policy, I'm assuming.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so the requested variances to the base zone, which would be the side yard setback and the front yard setback, are better aligned with our policy framework in the London Plan, trying to create street-oriented development as opposed to having development set very far back. And this also provides a greater buffer to the south, to the neighborhood. This reduced setback also to the side is more aligned with the idea of creating a continuous corridor along those higher order streets. So we do allow for a lesser setback than what was proposed in the 1989 zoning bylaw, which was followed a different policy framework, which was looking for a more tower in the park type of development.
Counselor.
Thank you. Provincial planning statement states up to 8 stories. Why can't you allow less than 8?
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, after a review of the application with regards to the London Plan policy context, as noted, the neighborhood place type along an urban thoroughfare does allow up to 8 stories, and staff have reviewed this, and they feel that it is an appropriate form of redevelopment, and it's at an intensity that can be accommodated on the subject lands.
Counselor.
Thank you. Last two. The provincial statement states compatible, well-designed, and scaled to the neighborhood. How this project aligned with this statement?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair. So when we're implementing the provincial planning statement and the London Plan, we're looking at both the existing context and providing buffering and transition to existing context, but also looking at the planned context of the place type, which is high density along these major arterial corridors.
Counselor.
Thank you. And the last one. Why should this be approved if this project doesn't comply with London Plan and requests many amendments and special provisions?
I'll go staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, after a review of the proposed development, it does comply with the London Plan, the neighborhood place type along an urban thoroughfare. They're requesting special provisions for zoning that are in the zoning bylaw, not the London Plan. So those are the, with regards to the west interior side yard setback, I believe it is, they're asking for 6.8, and it's, the provision is for 10.3. So, but after a review of that, again, we feel that the proposed development is appropriate and compatible in the existing neighborhood with these proposed special provisions in the zoning bylaw.
Thank you, and just to add and to echo what Ms. O'Hagan had mentioned already, through the London Plan, we're working with an outdated zoning bylaw. We are going through the rethink zoning. There's importance to bring that zoning bylaw into force and effect to deal with issues that we're faced today.
Counselor.
Thank you for all the answers. I don't have any more, currently I don't have any more questions. So we are dealing with the motion that's in front of us. I hope I do get the support of the committee, and I will leave the comments now to the committee and to the committee members, and I do want to speak to it afterwards when we come back. Sorry, not to the motion, just to this application. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to committee members. Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you. And a question through staff. I'm just curious, we do not have to go to 8 stories. We could go to less. It was mentioned in the gallery that if we actually conform to the sight lines, the setbacks, they would lose 16 units. Just a question through staff. How tall would that building be if we did comply with setbacks, the original?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, that would be a question for the applicant.
Okay, if the applicant would like to weigh in here, please go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, we would have to go through an exercise of building design and getting everybody back to the drawing board. We came in with this application or this idea and this concept roughly a year ago, so we spent a lot of time consulting with our multidisciplinary team. So I think when we envision this, it's not so much mathematics, take this out. We would have to go back to the drawing board and see if it would even work. So if we take one item away, it would impact all these other items, and it may not even be, it may not work. So I can't answer that to a specific how many units or how much would change. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor?
I'll come back later. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, not to engage in cross-debate with fellow councillors, but we don't bring proposals forward. The applicants bring proposals forward. So when you ask why can't we bring forward a lower height, the applicant brings forward their proposal and we compare it to the London plan. And as we've heard staff say, under the London plan, 8 is as of right here. This is an urban thoroughfare classified road, which is Fanshawe Park Road. I know we heard a lot of comments about Dunboyne, and you've already confirmed with staff that there is in fact not entrance exit there, that the single family home actually remains, that there's a lot severance happening as part of that, so there's no traffic access there. But I did want to take a moment to share a couple of things, because I think it's important to a couple of the comments that I heard. You know, I did hear a couple of people raise questions of shadowing. Last June, the province passed Bill 17. And Bill 17 actually restricts municipalities from requiring shadow studies and looking at shadowing as a grounds to refusal of a planning application. So it's not, at the end of the day, any longer our call. I know there are still some some Ontario regulations that are being brought forward by the ministry, but that bill passed and received royal assent in the provincial legislature. I did hear the reference to a Brantford refusal. That refusal was last Thursday. Well, it's not on file yet. I have to respectfully share with residents that the applicant is 99.9% likely to appeal that because it came forward with a staff recommendation. When that happens and council refuses something, it almost always ends up in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. And at that point, city staff can't even defend council's refusal because it's against their recommendation. So while we make some changes, sometimes we approve, and I'm going to suggest an approval later today on an application that staff are recommending refusal on. When staff refuse, we could interpret things that are a bit more suited to an individual application, in this case a cemetery versus a open space later on in the application. But when it's coming forward with the planning from both sides, the applicant and the city staff recommending it meets the planning framework at the Ontario Land Tribunal, a council decision has to be based in a very clear regulatory planning rationale. And it's got to be able to counter the staff and the professional planner's rationale. So I suspect that before the end of the week, if you look at the OLT registry, although they can sometimes take a little bit of time to get things posted to their website, that will be appealed. And I did review that application from Brantford. And I got to say, I think the city council there is going to lose when it goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And that may be speculative, but having served on this committee for a few years now, I think that the council is going to find itself spending some legal fees only to have the application approved regardless. I'm always hesitant when staff bring forward a recommendation to approve because there really are some legal barriers to us doing that. I'm happy to support Councillor Pribble's amended motion because I heard from some folks. I want to particularly acknowledge Maureen Wilson for reaching out. I shared a response back. I was honest with her that I know you're not going to be happy with the response, but through that process, she did raise, can you please restrict the balconies? Can we please make sure that there's a holding provision on the drainage? And that's what Councillor Pribble's putting forward today. That's what I'm supporting him to put forward because I think that those are asks that we can honor. I think we are on stable, rational planning grounds to honor those requests. And so I will support that. I know the ward councillor has indicated there might be a couple of other things that he wants to look at ahead of council, and I'll make myself available to him there as well. So if there is something that he feels he can do around rooftop amenities or something like that, I will similarly be open to support him on anything that we can do with regard to that, because I think that's a fair comment from residents to hear, that they're concerned what a rooftop amenity will do, just as balconies on the south or the east or west side would do. So I understand where that's coming from, and I just want to share that I will leave my door open to talk further with Councillor Pribble in terms of perhaps addressing that, so that is one less thing that's on your minds in terms of this moving forward. I also just want to say, I hear your frustration about having gone through a rezoning already and the townhouses that were approved, and then now there's another rezoning coming forward. I mean, for whatever reason, and I don't know what the reason was, but the previous owner of the property decided not to move ahead with the townhouse. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here today. But they didn't, and the property came under new ownership, and this is the application that the new owner is bringing forward, so we have to make our decision today based on that. But I hope in those comments, and I know, just as I said to the Wilsons, I'm not making anyone happy with this, but I hope you hear that I did hear, and I'm willing to support your ward councillor on the things I think we can reasonably do without going to an Ontario Land Tribunal appeal to deal with this application today. So I'll just conclude my comments there.
Thank you. I'll look for any other comments from committee. Councillor Pribble, you mentioned that you want to address us further.
Yes, so I'm going to start. By the way, one thing is I did want to mention, because there was a comment in terms of the comparison with the other two properties. I just want to clarify it. Yes, absolutely. I did say that I did approve and supported other ones, including the 8 stories, some even higher density. Having said that, I did approve them on the policies, not based on, again, every property, every parcel is not identical to the other one. I just did want to mention that part. I'll be honest with you, going back, even though I'm not on this committee, on the council, I support it very much, and I believe, truly, I believe all of them, all the infills, because that is our policy vision, and in terms of building infills, certainly preferred than urban sprawl. And I do believe that our strategy, if I look at the big picture, it is working in terms of us creating more units and being more affordable housing. And we do see it already that it is coming down. So I do believe the vision is correct. Having said that, I do have to state that I'm truly struggling with this one. I really am, because there are, if I look at this property, if I look at the grading, so again, we are not looking only at 8, we are looking at kind of 9, 9.5. So bottom line is this. I don't want to give, with my talk here, I don't want to give anyone kind of hopes up, but as Deputy Mayor stated, and he did help me through this process, we talked about other options as well. So we are not stopping now till the council, and we will be. Having said that, I don't want to give anyone any hopes up, but if we do come up with certain things and talk to the applicant, to the developer, we certainly will, and that's what I want to say. I do understand our staff, and I totally understand them supporting it. You know, in terms of the urban thoroughfares, I wish we had. You know, if I look at Fanshawe classification, I totally see it totally different between Richmond and Adelaide, with the higher public transport closer to the transit village, and between Adelaide and Highbury, I do see the difference. I do understand it's one classification, staff is going based on the policy, I do get that, but I do see a difference. I'm just trying to see if we can come up with certain things that will make kind of more sense again for the neighborhood. I totally understand the developer, just like if you invest any money, you are looking at maximizing your opportunities. And yes, if the policy allows it, I do understand that point as well, but I'm hoping we will come up with something. I do think what's in front of us, and I truly believe this committee will support it, and council will as well. So it will address the issues of the stormwater, these areas will be addressed and will be more tight. The other ones will work on it, and we'll see what's going to come with the council. But thank you to the committee for the support. Thank you to all of you. And one thing is, you know what, and this might be totally off, but I heard something actually a couple of days ago, and I just want to mention it. I'm not looking at this, what's in front of us, because this year there is election, and the people up there will be earning their votes. Even if I do end up running, this area would not be in my ward. I know it's kind of totally off, but I just want to say that that's not the reason, just what I heard a couple of days ago, that's not the reason why I will be changing my mind or seeing this project, this application in any different way. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll leave it with you.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments. Don't see anyone online. Okay, just a few comments from the chair. I'm not going to repeat what Deputy Mayor Lewis said. He made some very good points. For me, the biggest issue here is the story, the 8-story height. We have, as of right, 8-story along that urban thoroughfare. It's very little that we can do at that. With the setbacks, I'm fine with the setback being reduced at the front, fronting on the Fanshawe to provide a little bit more room at the back there. I'm happy to hear there's no access point from Dunboyne. I for sure will support the motion there by Councillor Preble regarding balconies and privacy, especially on the rear and the sides. I think that's an important feature. And finally, regarding the traffic light at Glenora and Fanshawe, that's that is always something that can be worked with our roads department to constantly being looked at with change in traffic flow around there. So that being said, I'll look one more time around the horseshoe here. We have a motion moving in second, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 3-1.
Okay, we have a lot more on our agenda to get through. We've been at it for the past 3 hours. I'm looking to committee to look for a brief break of perhaps 10 minutes. So I get thumbs up. Okay, Counselor Hillier has moved that, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis, just a hand vote. No, maybe he didn't, sorry, I thought I saw big nods there. Cancel, 10-minute break, Counselor Hillier, seconded by, I'll second it, so hand vote. All in favor? No, yes. Nope, okay,
2-2, motion fails.
okay, let's plow on.
Motion failed.
What's that?
The motion failed, but everyone seems to be getting up.
Well, I think they're all done.
Well, I mean, staff.
Oh, staff, yeah, staff, just remind staff that we're not breaking. The motion failed. Yep, sorry, yep. Okay.
Okay, Counselor Lehman, rather than ask for reconsideration, I'm just going to move a 15-minute. Staff do need a quick break here. So as much as I'm willing to plow through, my experience is when we say 10, we end up being 15 anyway. People never
Thank you.
are back, so I'll move 15.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? I'll second it. A hand vote. Thank you.
Motion carries.
personally. Moving on, we are now at 3.5. This is regarding 3334 to 3354 Wonderland Road South. I'll open the vote to open the public participation meeting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. If the applicant is here, would like to address us, we'll go to you. Go to the applicant. Oh, I see someone online.
Yes.
Mr. Allen, thank you. Didn't see you online. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee. MHBC Planning is acting on behalf of the registered owner of the subject lands and the applicant. And the applicant has provided the committee with a letter in response to the planning staff report, and that report recommends refusal of the requested official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. At this time, we'd like to briefly touch on the content of the letter, and members of our project team are in attendance, Mr. Chair, and available to answer questions. So at the outset, we'd like to advise the committee that the proposed development concept was carefully considered and is intended to complement the range of existing and planned development within the Wonderland corridor. The project is also being advanced to help broaden local housing choice and increase housing supply within the city's Wonderland Boulevard neighborhood. We fully acknowledge planning staff concerns regarding the overall height and intensity of this proposal. And in response, we'd like to draw attention to 3 key elements of the project intended to mitigate these concerns. Firstly, the development has been designed as a master plan layout that is to incorporate multiple high-rise towers in a cohesive campus setting. It's anticipated the overall scale and character of this development would contribute positively to the Wonderland corridor, and that the project would support the strategic growth area centered around the Wonderland Southdale development node. Secondly, the cluster tower design concentrates the highest density and height along the Wonderland frontage. Building height and massing is then stepped down towards the Pincombe Drain and existing residential development along Morgan Avenue. The tower designs along Wonderland Road also incorporate podium and mid-rise components to step back building height to support a pedestrian streetscape and to mitigate shadowing and downdraft effects. Thirdly, in relation to on-site amenities, a large centralized courtyard is planned to provide a common recreational area and community focal point. This core amenity area would be complemented by rooftop terraces, indoor common space, and an interior or internal pathway network. In effect, the intensive compact design of the proposal would effectively utilize servicing infrastructure and support transit service. Also, with multiple high-rise towers accommodating an estimated 1,900 residential units, this project would further diversify the mix of uses within the Wonderland corridor and support its overall long-term vitality. We'd also like to advise the committee that we've reviewed concerns set out in the staff report regarding the potential impact of the project on municipal servicing, ecological features, and traffic movement. We recently met with city staff on a number of these issues, and we anticipate that outstanding items can be effectively addressed as project planning advances. In the interim, Mr. Chair, we are proposing that holding provisions be applied to the site zoning relating to each of these 3 concerns. To conclude, in light of these considerations and the merits set out in the of this proposal set out in the applicant's letter, we respectfully request that the committee endorse approval of these applications. We also request that the committee support an alternative recommendation to permit building heights of up to 20 stories or 70 meters and a residential density of up to 350 units per hectare within the project site. This recommendation and draft official plan and zoning bylaw amendments implementing this request are included with the letter for the committee's consideration. Thank you, and we'll gladly answer any questions committee members may have.
Thank you. I'll look for other speakers to this item. Ask the clerk if there's anyone online. The clerk has indicated there's no one online. I don't see anyone going to the mic. So I'll open the vote to close the BPM.
Closing Vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I intend to bring a motion forward, so I will ask the vice chair to take the chair.
All right, Councillor Lehman, I will take the chair, and I will recognize you to present your alternate motion.
Thank you. So I've submitted the alternative motion to the clerk. The clerk has the wording and should be up in e-scribe, and as well to members of the committee. So I will move that and then I'll request to address the reasons for the alternative motion.
Okay, and do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Cuddy? So that's been moved and seconded. If you'd like to speak to it now, go ahead.
Thank you. So, you know, today we have had extensive public participation on a number of applications, opposition to heights of 2 stories, heights of 8 stories. You know, when we do address our housing shortage, despite the comment that was made that our current vacancy rate is up a bit, we're planning right now for the next 25 years with regards to the provincial target of 47,000 homes being built. So we recognize that the future of London will be growing, and the housing needs to be available in order to keep vacancies at a reasonable level as they are now, and address pricing with supply. Where does that happen? Well, for sure, we've adhered to the London Plan to promote, you know, higher order of transit, as we did today, an example of that. However, what we've seen a heavy density movement towards the north and northwest, and even with our recent urban growth boundary decisions, that is, again, primarily focused up in those areas. I believe we have to distribute growth evenly in this city, and I think this provides an opportunity to do just that. These lands were originally designated to be for a future casino, but those plans have changed. So I think when we're looking at density, which brings into obviously traffic concerns, population growth down there, I think those are mitigated, quite frankly, by the location of this particular development. This is on Wonderland Road and Warncliffe, both higher order roads, but also I want to point out very close to the 401, which I think in the future will be used increasingly as a thoroughfare locally, as well as those that are going through, you know, from the west to the east and vice versa on the highway. So I'm not as concerned about the density. I think, in fact, kind of the opposite. If not here, where? We have people constantly saying we recognize the need for infill, but just not in neighborhoods. And I understand what was said to us today. It's hard to sit on this side of the horseshoe and to you sympathize. Here we have a location where we have not heard from anybody regarding height. The staff have indicated 8 stories would be good here. Well, we had just had 8 stories that we spent an hour and a half hearing concerns about surrounding neighborhoods. There is not that concern here. If not out, you want to stop urban sprawl, why not up? And why not here? So my alternative motion supports the height request and the density request by the applicant. There is some sewer capacity issues. Those are covered off by holding provisions because the owner of the land, Kitty Corner, is willing to work at their cost to mitigate those concerns, and if they can't, then this won't go forward. Finally, Presiding Chair, I encourage my fellow committee members to support this alternative motion to allow this density to be spread to the southern edge of the city, close to the 401 and other major thoroughfares. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I'll look for others who want to speak to this. I see none in chambers. I see none online at the moment. Councillor Van Meerbergen, you want to speak?
Yes, thank you. Is it possible to have this motion read? Unfortunately, I don't have it up on my screen. Can we read the motion?
The entirety of the motion might be rather lengthy, but we can certainly...
Or can we at least highlight what's different from the...
I think that would be fair, and what I'm going to do is go to the mover, because it is his motion, it's not the staff's motion. So I'm going to go to the mover to just bring highlights to you as to what the changes are that he has put in his alternate motion versus the staff recommendation. So Councillor Lehman, you're not on the clock because you're responding to a question from a visiting councillor, but if you'd like to respond as the mover.
Yes, without Councillor Van Meerbergen, without getting into the details of holding provisions, et cetera, the crux of it is to permit what was requested by the applicant, which includes a maximum height of 20 stories and maximum residential density of 350 units per hectare. So basically, higher heights and more of a population having residence there.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Yeah, Presiding Officer, I'm wondering, is it possible to, maybe this isn't the right time, maybe it is, to have staff maybe give us an overview as to why they came to the conclusions they did in terms of refusals?
That is outlined in the report already. I will go to Ms. McNeely to see if she has anything, or Ms. O'Hagan if they have any. Or
yeah, just
Mr.
a verbal recap. Thanks.
Thank you, and through the chair, staff are recommending refusal of the requested official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for a number of reasons, but I would summarize it as proposal represents over-intensification of the site, is not appropriate for the existing and-planned context in the neighborhood of, in the shopping area place type. There is insufficient servicing capacity, and overall the proposal is considered premature. Thank you.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Okay, thank you for that. So it really boils down to over-intensification. I don't want to use the word extreme, but too high of a density for the, it seems to be for the existing infrastructure. We've seen this application before in perhaps a slightly different iteration, and the concerns have been, you know, the sewage, the various infrastructure, including transportation pressures on an already congested Wonderland Road in that area. So it seems like we better listen to what we're being told here. Clearly, from a staff perspective, and they've looked at this in great detail on more than one occasion, there are problems. And so
Councillor, I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute, because you've said this twice now. And as the chair, I have to stop you. As the presiding officer, I've got to stop you for a minute. Staff have reviewed this application once. The previous application you're referring to was with respect to a casino development. It was considerably different than what's before us today. So I just want to caution that saying that they've reviewed this twice is actually not accurate. This is a brand new application with a very different mix of uses than was proposed in the casino lands. like in the original application when we were looking at it for casino use. So I just wanted to caution that we were gonna say 2 applications are the same. They're not.
No, I
Staff
didn't say they
evaluate
were.
each application individually.
Okay, well, thank you, presiding officer, but I didn't say they were the same. A very close cousin to this came forward not, whatever it was, a year and a half, year ago. So yes, since the casino days, this is the second iteration of the same theme. So I have to disagree with what you're saying here, because it has been looked at in depth, and there are serious concerns. So to actually even increase the density even higher, I think is the wrong direction on this. I mean, it's great to have this development, but it has to be done correctly with the existing infrastructure, and we don't want to box ourselves into a corner where this isn't really going to work out with the proposal as it is now. So this particular motion, I certainly can't support it if and when it comes to council, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, presiding officer.
Thank you. Looking for other speakers. Councillor Lehman.
I just want to address the councillor's concern about infrastructure. If he's referring to sewer and wastewater, there are holding provisions recognizing the fact that the Kitty Corner property owner is willing to bring in extra capacity at their cost to hook up to this particular section of land. So I just wanted to make that clear that that was part of the alternative motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. Any other speakers? Councillor Hillier.
Yes, as Council Lehman alluded to, we're talking about the area and the capacity of the infrastructure in that area. And I'm curious, does the increase in the capacity infrastructure being brought by the tenant across the road increase the capacity for what we can put in that neighborhood, like the amount of residents that could live in that neighborhood in the future? Because right now, if you're looking at it sitting at population max 22,347, has this been increased if we increase this capacity for the infrastructure?
I don't think we can go to staff to answer what capacity issues the applicant might bring forward with an adjacent property owner. That would be up for them to put together and then bring forward to staff. That's the lack of capacity right now is what's being addressed, I think, by the holding provision. I see Ms. Ramalou prepared to go to the mic, so I'll go to Ms. Ramalou if she's got something to share. But I just caution colleagues, we can't ask staff to speculate on what an applicant might bring forward between themselves and an adjacent landowner. Ms. Ramalou.
Thank you, through the presiding officer. We have capacity set out within the secondary plan for the various parcels. What was brought forward in this proposal exceeds the allocated capacity within that plan by about 4 times. So it is a significantly higher amount. They have proposed the potential for a swap with some capacity of another development. However, without that development being later on in those stages, we have no way of making sure that it all fits together, really. So it would be, I would say, a dangerous road to go down to allocate this kind of capacity to this development that was not originally identified for it, and then hope for the best for other developments in the area, because really this will use up the entire existing remaining capacity for about, and sterilize another 22 hectares for development.
Councillor Hillier, you're good? Okay. Looking for other speakers. Seeing none. Then I'm just going to offer a couple of quick comments from the chair. I do hear certainly the concerns Ms. Ramalou expresses with regard to the overall capacity. But when we do allocate to parcels, and we've seen this with some parcels of land that we have previously approved for development, even in the last term of council, that sit vacant still today. We're holding capacity for land that has had zoning approvals 4 or 5 years ago, where a shovel hasn't even gone in the ground. So with the holding provisions that Councillor Lehman is proposing, and the indication in writing from the applicant that there is a proposal that they're going to bring forward with an adjacent landowner, I do feel like the holding provisions give staff still the authority to say no when that plan comes forward, and then they will have to rethink their plan. But I'm hesitant to reserve capacity on other parcels of land if we may see them sit for the next 5, 10, 20 years without being developed. I can think of a couple downtown that we've approved rezoning for that are still sterile today, that we're going to use up downtown capacity, that we then went and allocated some builder faster funding to increase the downtown capacity by another 17,000 units of housing, if I recall the number correctly, and I'm seeing some nods from staff, so I think that's roughly the number that was we were looking at with the Building Faster Fund. But because we've got land sitting sterile, we haven't actually used up the previous capacity, although there wasn't a lot left, so I still think the Building Faster Fund investment there was the right move. But there's the challenge, and there's where it comes to, frankly, I see this as a little bit of an incentive to people to move and get shovels in the ground. Because those who can meet the requirements to get their holding provisions lifted sooner are the ones who are going to be able to build. So I actually, I'm supportive of using holding provisions in that sort of manner, because I actually think it's an incentive to get shovels in the ground when we do it that way. And looking for other speakers. Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Councillor Lehman, I will return the chair to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Moving on to 3.6, this is regarding 965 Adelaide Street South. And I'll open the vote to open the public participation meeting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll look for the applicant. If the applicant would like to address. Oh, there you are, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mike Davis with Civic Planning and Design here today on behalf of our client, God's Favorite House Canada. I'll be very brief with my comments. Our clients, they have acquired this vacant office building for the purposes of converting it to a place of worship for their congregation. We're in support of the recommendations in the staff report. This property will be a good fit for them. There's ample parking. It's a vacant office building that's going to be very easy and simple to convert for their needs. So with that, we're asking for your support of the application today, and certainly if there's any members of the neighborhood here, I want them to know that our clients are very keen to be good neighbors and a good part of the community here. So thank you very much. Available for any questions.
Thank you. I'll look for anyone from public that'd like to address the committee on this item. Also, clerk, if there's anyone online. There's nobody online. I don't see anyone approaching the mic, so I'll open the vote to close the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll put this item on the floor for committee. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. I see a seconder, Councillor Hillier. We have a motion moved and seconded. Look for any questions or comments. Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.7. This is regarding 68 to 76 Commissioners Road East. I'll open the vote to open the public participation meeting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, and I'll look for the applicant, if like to address the committee. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Steele. I'm a planner with Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. Also joined here by Jay McGuffin from our firm on behalf of our client, the owner of the subject lands. Our client's proposing to redevelop the site with a 42-unit stacked townhouse development. They have been working with collaboration with the adjacent owner at 80 Commissioners Road, also the proponent for the next item on the agenda, to bring forward a coordinated development for both sites, including a shared vehicle access. We had opportunity to review comments from the public and believe that they can be addressed through both these submissions as well as future site plan control application processes. We've also reviewed staff recommendation, bylaw, and report, and no concerns, and happy to answer any questions from members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for members of the public that'd like to address the committee on this item. Where else? Let's see, does that work?
Am I on camera? I hope makes me look skinny here.
Yeah, please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, Mark Hawthorne, 90 Commissioners Road East. So I live between Wortley and Warncliffe, and I just want to bring to everybody's attention, there's a road, so there's a hill that comes down to where the development is. I live on that crescent, and when they did the road widening, on Commissioners, I asked for that road to actually be shaved down because there's quite a blind spot coming over the hill. I personally have pulled 3 people out of car wrecks from people trying to turn past the hill and people smashing into the back of them. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention from a safety perspective. So I don't know how, they're talking for 60 more parking spots or 60 more vehicles. I don't know how safely they're gonna be able to get onto that busy Commissioners Road 4-lane highway, right? I personally can't get out of my house at 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 5 o'clock. I can't even get out of my lane when there's that much traffic going through that road. I'm not against development, but 2 houses and 1 tennis court to 58 townhouses kind of seems lopsided, kind of crazy to me. There's an example right across the road, Highland Place, which is a beautiful development. It's a cul-de-sac with 5 or 6 beautiful homes on it, right across the road as an example how it should be developed. And it looks beautiful in our community. I'm recommending a lower density build. Maybe we can come to a happy medium, something that's a little more, more that meets, that satisfies everybody, you and the community. I thought the city had passed some sort of bylaw to stop this much development coming on residential neighborhoods. I thought I saw that in the news one night. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. For my neighbors in the back on Dundee Place, I know this doesn't affect me because I'm on the hill, but in the back, there's a court that comes in the back of the development. Drainage runoff, 90% of the property is going to be covered with roofs, concrete, asphalt. I'm just worried about overflow going into my neighbors' backyards. They live on 86, 90, 94, 98, and 102 Dundee Place. That's for my neighbors back there. My wife said she'd like me to bring up the trees. We can't, she made a good point, we can't take down a tree without a permit, but it seems like the developers can take them all out. There is a row of pine trees on the one side of the property that we would love to be saved because that's a big privacy thing for us on our side. And so I've been up here watching this whole thing. I've never been through this process, but it seems like the neighbors are up here trying to save their neighborhoods. The developers are all trying to develop, and they're in business to make money and put as much as they can on their investments. And the city's kind of caught in the middle. So I just want to say at the end, I thank you for all your work. And I know it's a hard position you're all in, but hopefully we can do the right thing. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next, another speaker.
Okay.
I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. Nope, and look for any more. I don't see anyone coming to the microphone, so I'll open the vote to close the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So I'll put this item on the floor for committee. Councillor Cuddy?
Chair, I'll move the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder of the motion. Councillor Hillier? So I'll look for comments or questions on the motion that's been moved. I see Councillor Frank has joined us online. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, happy to be here and appreciate being recognized at committee. For folks in the gallery who might not be aware, I'm not on this committee, but this will come to council after it goes through planning. I did want to ask a question that actually the resident just highlighted right now in regards to the comment from one of the submissions about being counterintuitive that individual homeowners get permits to cut down trees, but developers clear cut trees. And I kind of want to reference it to a matter we had just before the 767 Fanshawe Park Road East and 679 Dunboyne Crescent. The matters for site plan that the landscape architect included in that did recommend replacing a significant amount of trees. So the comment was that the submitted TPP proposes the removal of 1010 cm DBH in accordance with LP 399. 101 replacement trees would be required. However, the city is actively working on creating a bylaw as a tool for implementing policy 399. So in the interim, tree replacement rates similar to the tree protection bylaw will be applied. And then there's a long list of all the requirements. So I'm wondering through the chair to staff, can we put a similar site plan condition on this file, given that they are going to be, if this gets approved, cutting down a significant number of trees? So I'm just wondering if we can put a similar site plan condition on, perhaps by council.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, I can note that staff is recommending a site plan approval be requested to provide enhanced all-season landscaping with a minimum of 50% native trees. So there is already a reference to landscaping, but it could be amended to specifically reference trees, if that's something you want to do.
Councillor?
Thanks. Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a good start in going in the right direction. I guess the one that's on the Fanshawe Park Road in Dunboyne, it looks like it's tree replacement rate. So it's, I am assuming that would come back as a financial benefit to the city because they're requesting cutting down a significant number of trees at that location as well as this one. So perhaps then I'll, between now and council, have a discussion with staff in regards to that, because it seems like a good approach as we await the long awaited implementation of policy 399 that we're all, I'm sure, very excited about. I'm very excited about it. But I'll work with staff on that item.
Okay, Councillor. I'm sure we all share your enthusiasm. Always do. We miss you here, in fact. Okay, I'll go to other committee members or visiting councillors on this item. Seeing none. Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to try and be really quick. I want to acknowledge the resident who talked about the car crashes. I know the slope, the hill, whatever we want to call it that you're talking about. I've seen an accident there myself. So I know it is one of those areas where, from a transportation perspective, maybe our sight lines aren't as great as they could have been when the road was designed, those kind of things. Fully acknowledge and hear you on that. But when it comes to a planning application like this, when they look at traffic impact things, they look at things like the road classification and the car volumes. And so when they're looking at the size of this application versus the traffic volume on commissioners at this site, which is, I've got the traffic map in front of me because I wanted to take a look, and it's about 35,000 vehicles a day. So it is very significant traffic. And so when they look at it, they look at it from the perspective of, does this change the volume in a significant way does it change the flow in a significant way? And in this case, it wouldn't. I know Councillor Frank's still online and listening. I don't know when we next look at improvements to Commissioners Road, but I hear you about the fact that with the change in height and sight lines there, it can be a bit of a challenge, and probably even more so in winter weather when things ice up a bit. Not having enough road salt right now doesn't help. And that's not unique to us, that's right across the province. But I didn't want that to go untouched. I did want to share that I've seen an accident there myself. I know the area that you're talking about. I actually frequently travel that way because coming from the east end of the city, Commissioners to Warrencliffe is a better way for me to get to Earl Nichols Arena than Southdale has been with the rapid transit construction. So I've been there this winter and seen an accident. So I didn't want you to feel like that wasn't heard, but when we're looking at the rezoning, we've got to look at it from the bigger traffic volume perspective. And so that's not something we can address through this application. But I do appreciate you raising it because it is an issue there and something that should be looked at through our roads folks when it's time for us to look at a renewal along Commissioners Road again. That might be a ways down the road. And I know Mr. McCrae's not here today, so I'm not going to ask for a date on that, but I did want to share that it should be something that perhaps traffic engineering looks at in the future when they look at the next time we're going to resurface and do things on Commissioners Road. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And I know Councillor Frank, oh, she's not frozen. I was going to say it looks like she might be frozen up there, but I'm sure she's heard that too.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions from committee or visiting councilors. Seeing none, we have a motion moved in second. Call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.8. This is regarding an adjoining property, 80 Commissioners Road East. So I'll open the vote to open the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
So I'll look to the applicant again to address the committee. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Again, my name is Eric Steele from Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. On behalf of the owner of 80 Commissioners Road, in this case, proposing a 16-unit stacked townhouse development. As previously noted, this development is proposed in coordination with the adjacent property at 68 and 76 Commissioners with shared access and servicing. Again, we've reviewed the staff report, recommendation, and bylaw, and have no concerns, and happy to answer any questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for other members of the public that would like to address the committee on this particular item. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. There is nobody online. I don't see anyone approaching the microphone, so I'll open the vote to close the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll put this on the floor for committee. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move staff recommendation.
Thank you. And Councillor Hillier has indicated he will second it. I'll look for any discussion on this topic. Seeing none, we have a motion moved and seconded. I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.9. This is regarding 610 Princess Avenue. I'll open the vote to open the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I see the applicant up there. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is Dan Murphy. I'm a planner with Civic Planning and Design. Here today representing our client Iron Door Properties. The application before you seeks a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment to permit the adaptive reuse of the existing 2.5-story building for residential purposes. Specifically, this is the conversion from office uses to an apartment building use containing 10 units. No additions or exterior alterations to the existing building are proposed. We'd like to thank Melanie Vivian and the rest of Planning and Development team for their work on this file. We are in full agreement with the staff recommendation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll look for any members of the public that would like to address the committee. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. I don't see anyone approaching the microphones, so we'll open the vote to close the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll put this item on the floor for committee members. Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Deputy Mayor Lewis seconds. So I'll look for comments or questions from committee members. I see Councillor Ferreira is here, so we'll go to Councillor Ferreira.
Thanks, Chair. It's looking like I'm going to be in full agreement with the staff recommendation too. I do want to see this adaptive reuse of this office space into residential. I guess one question with respect to the heritage. I see that this is listed, I believe. I just wanted to go with heritage and just get any comments. I do see the report does say no concerns, but if I could just go to heritage just to see if they can have anything to say.
Okay, we'll go to staff regarding any comments on the heritage features or with this property.
Thank you. Through the chair, staff have no concerns.
Councillor?
Thank you. I do see that it's meeting the minimum parking requirements, 5 spaces for 10 units. So it's not an issue for me as well. I do believe our minimum parking standards are appropriate. So with that, I think I had one person comment on this. They had concerns with the heritage, but then when I spoke with them, and discussed no concerns on the heritage and just how it's listed in the outside portions of the property would maintain that heritage aspect. Their concerns went away, so this is one that I'll support at council.
Thank you. I'll look to other members of committee or visiting councillors for comments or questions. Seeing none, we have a motion moved and second, and we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.10. This is regarding 732 Wellington and 282 Piccadilly Street. And I'll open the vote to open the public participation meeting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I see the applicant up at the top. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Good afternoon, committee members, city staff, public attendees. My name is Daniele Siqueleiro, and I'm a planner with Zelinka Priamo. And we are coordinating the ZBA application on behalf of the property owner. Firstly, I would like to thank staff, especially Melanie Vivian, for their work on the file. We also carefully reviewed the staff report, and we welcome the approval recommendation. We have also reviewed the special provisions recommended by staff, and we are happy with them. I would just like to emphasize some key points. So the ZBA application is requested to permit the conversion of the existing buildings at 732 Wellington Street to a fourplex, and at 282 Piccadilly Street to a triplex. And all the special provisions are to recognize the existing conditions. As stated in the staff report, the proposed ZBA application is consistent with the PPS, conforms with the London Plan, and maintains the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll look for any members of the public like to address the committee on this item. I don't see anyone coming to the microphones. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. Nobody online. I don't see anyone coming forward, so I'll open the motion or the vote to close the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll put this item on the floor for committee members. Councillor Cuddy?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Hillier has indicated he will second the motion. Any conversation on this? Committee members or visiting councillors? Councillor Ferreira, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. This one is a little bit different for me. I have been speaking to residents and businesses nearby, and they have been raising concerns about just existing parking pressure in the area and in the laneway in the back there as it is. I have to bring those concerns to committee, and I do see the staff report confirmed this proposal is below the minimum parking standard on both properties. I know we rounded up, so from what I understand, that minimum parking requirement should be 4 parking spaces with the 2 properties as is proposed, but we're seeing 1 per each, so that's 2. So I just wanted to confirm, I guess, what is the minimum parking requirement versus what's proposed for each property, and if I can get an explanation on why this reduction is recommended. Also, if there's anything or any thing that staff can say on if they looked into any spillover parking and impacts to the neighbors and nearby businesses.
Okay, I'll go to staff on those parking concerns.
Through the chair, the zoning bylaw currently requires 0.5 spaces per unit for both the fourplex and triplex dwelling, resulting in 2 parking spaces for each individual property. The applicant is proposing 1 parking space per property. Again, the intent here is to recognize the existing site conditions. At 732 Wellington, the parking space will be accessed via the rear laneway, and the one along Piccadilly accessed via the existing driveway with front yard parking. Again, existing situations on site. In this situation, staff are supportive of this reduction, given the proximity to public transit options being in central London. And the proximity to Oxford Street as well. With respect to impacts on the abutting commercial uses and spillover in the neighborhood, we would have to rely on our bylaw enforcement officers and the complaint basis on that point. We believe that parking on site can be mitigated, and through the tenancy of the buildings, that would be with the owner to kind of advertise accordingly based on what's available. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thanks for that. I know Oxford Street is designated under the Mobility Master Plan for a rapid transit corridor, but I know that I guess planning and approvals and funding and all that need to still come to council. I don't know if anybody's from traffic is there, but is there any timelines you could provide on when we would see that expansion of the rapid transit corridor on Oxford?
I'll go to staff to see if there's anyone here that could comment on that question.
Thank you for the question. We are looking for clarification if you're talking about the place type or from a transit operations. If it's about transit operations, we will need to get that information for you for council.
Councillor, can you just provide a little more clarification what you're looking for?
Well, clarification. We're looking for higher order transit on Oxford, which is not necessarily abutting the property, but it's very close within walking distance. So I'm looking to see if you can provide the timeline of when we would realistically see, and I know that there's some things that still have to come through council, but if we could realistically know when we would see that higher order transit for the rapid transit corridor specifically on Oxford.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, the work would be done through the master mobility plan. However, they would be looking at the place type and the land use permissions along that corridor. Right now, it's in an urban corridor place type, and that's the planned vision for the next 30, 50 years. But as we know that over time, we have regular updates and review these the policy framework, which then would help inform the master mobility plan. And so that's where the planning and engineering work in tandem, and a lot of that would also be tied with frequency and volumes and as these areas get built out. And so it's all relative over time, but we can certainly check in with our transportation folks to get an idea of in terms of the high order for the street itself. But from a place type perspective, there's no planning in the immediate future.
Counselor?
Thanks for that. I'm worried about what's going to happen in the immediate when we see these sites get developed, which is why I would like to at least see if we can consider the minimum parking requirements, the 2 units or 2 spaces per unit there, or per the build as it is. I guess my next question would be, I do see the report notes that the bylaw typically requires a 3-meter setback for lane access parking to provide buffering, and I see that this application is requesting a 0-meter setback as a special provision. So could staff comment on why the 0-meter setback is appropriate here, or why buffering, and what buffering mitigation is expected to address the impacts to the adjacent properties?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, with respect to the parking area setback when accessed by a lane, in this situation, the parking space that's proposed is at the rear of the subject property at 732 Wellington, and directly abutting the existing structure at 282 Piccadilly. So the impacts in this situation, there relatively will be none to the abutting parcel, given it's directly abutting an existing building.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you for that. So I just the concerns that I'm hearing from the neighbors and the businesses specifically with the parking situation as it is right now, there's a big concern with that intensification amplifying those parking issues that they're already going through at the moment. So I would be, as it is, I wouldn't necessarily be supportive of this one. If we were to require the proponent to at least meet the minimum parking standards, I know I can understand just from the comments and from the report that the space is not necessarily there. Would that translate into, would there be the ability to meet those minimum parking requirements the way the property is laid out, or would you have to reduce the intensification of units there?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, if we were to require the minimum parking, we're likely looking at a situation where new front yard parking would be requested by the applicant in this given context. And front yard parking a new front yard parking isn't something that's contemplated within the policies, and not something that we would likely support. It would be up to the applicant at that point to look at the viability of the number of units with respect to the required parking.
Counselor?
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess my request to the committee would be to refer this back or not support. It doesn't meet the minimum standards. The minimum standards, I believe, are appropriate for the area. I have quite a few people reach out on this one, both businesses and neighbors, and they're already dealing with the impacts of the parking as it is, and there's a big worry about the intensification here contributing to that.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. I'll look for other comments or questions from committee members or visiting counselors. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So just in follow-up to the comments that I just heard from Councilor Ferreira, we still have 90-day statutory deadlines, so I'm not ready to refer. If the councilor wants to propose an amendment that we could bring to council that would permit front yard parking, as he's heard, I recognize where the restriction on front yard parking, what I call a bump out space, can be a barrier to accommodating this sort of gentle intensification. So I don't have language to amend it today, but if he wants to work with staff to bring something forward to council, I'd be happy to second that for him, because I hear the concern. I agree it's a concern, but I don't have language to move it today, and we do have to work within the 90-day statutory decision period. Otherwise, it's a non-decision and appealable to the OLT. So I'll share that I'm willing to support him on a modification, but we're going to need some assistance from staff to do that. And so today I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation, but I'm open to an amendment at council.
Thank you. Look for other comments or questions. Councilor Ferreira.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for that. I would be, I don't know of the appropriateness of the front yard parking, but I would explore, at least just the minimum requirements is what I'm looking for. So I will be, I guess, speaking with staff on that. If it's not appropriate for front yard parking, I wouldn't go that route, but I need to get more details on it before I can confirm anything at this point.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions? Seeing none, we have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 3.11. This is regarding 5150 Wellington Road South. I'll call the vote to open the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. I'll look to the applicant. Oh, I see you up there. Please give us your name again, and you have 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. My name is Laura Jameson, planner with Zelenka Priamo, here representing our client, the Roman Catholic Diocese of London, regarding a proposed cemetery at 5150 Wellington Road South. We have reviewed the staff report and respectfully disagree with their recommendation. It is our professional opinion that the proposed cemetery is an appropriate use of these lands. For context, the subject lands have an area of 15.6 hectares with 271 meters of frontage on Wellington Road. In the 1989 official plan, the subject lands were designated as community facility and were zoned accordingly as CF1 or Community Facility 1. An open space 5 designation or zone was applicable towards the rear of the site where there is a provincially significant wetland feature. The intended use of the lands was for community facility uses. However, when the London Plan came into effect, these lands and adjacent uses, including the Regina Mundi Institute and the St. Leopold Manditch Church, were designated farmland. The intended use of the subject lands in the farmland place type is to accommodate agricultural uses and farm practices. The subject lands have not been farmed in over 60 years. The subject lands, having an area of only 15 hectares, are not adequately sized to accommodate cash cropping operations. Additionally, livestock operations would not be suitable on the subject lands given that there are land use conflicts with existing residential uses in the Broccoli neighborhood immediately to the west of Wellington Road. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed cemetery use would be more appropriate in an urban or rural settlement place type. In our professional opinion, urban lands are more efficiently used for uses that require direct access to municipal services. And, notably, the expansion of the rural neighborhoods place type is prohibited in the London Plan. In our opinion, the proposed amendments are consistent with the provincial policy or provincial planning statement 2024, as the proposal will diversify the use of land in a rural area. The development is located within an existing rural cluster and will minimize the loss of agricultural lands. The proposed cemetery use meets minimum distance separation requirements and provides appropriate setbacks to the provincially significant wetland on the subject lands. The proposed development conforms to the place type policies of the London Plan by providing a non-agricultural use that is appropriate in a rural area and meets the criteria for evaluation of planning applications and criteria for evaluation of a new specific area policy. The requested Community Facility 4, CF4 zoning, is a technical variation to the existing zone category to permit the proposed cemetery and accessory buildings. A site-specific Open Space 5 zone is requested to recognize the 30-meter buffer zone where no development will be permitted adjacent to the provincially significant wetland. No change to the OS5 zoning on the provincially significant wetland is proposed. An H9 holding provision is requested to ensure an archaeological assessment is completed and that that any artifacts, if found, will be appropriately dealt with prior to development of the subject lands. It is our opinion that the requested amendments represent good land use planning, are in the public interest, and will provide a necessary and desirable use for the community. Thank you very much for your time. I'm available to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. I'll look for any members of the public who'd like to address the committee on this item. I don't see anyone coming to the mic. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There is nobody online. So I'll open the vote to close the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So I'll put this item on the floor. Councillor Cuddy.
Chair, I'll move the staff recommendation. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize, getting tired. Well, I think we have an alternate motion to put on the floor, so I'll
Right.
set that.
Deputy Mayor Lewis, I think you had something in that regard.
Yes, well, we've actually got two addeds on the agenda because Planning Committee quorum has to be respected, and so Councillor Hillier and I did not have an opportunity to talk to each other about this beforehand. They are two very, very similar motions. So through you, Chair, I just would like to go to staff and ask if they, I mean, one has some reasons, another one has a draft bylaw attached. So one has one piece, one has another piece. What's the easiest way from a staff perspective to put an alternate motion to approve on the floor?
Yeah, so, observing quorum rules, we have two councillors, or councillor and deputy mayor, both members of committee, putting forward alternative motions that you would have. So maybe some guidance here on how you'd like us to proceed.
Thank you through the chair. I would suggest actually a blend of the two. And I would suggest the motion from the deputy mayor and then the balance through Councillor Hillier and then the bylaw, of course.
Okay, so would the clerk have wording that could I'll ask the clerk. Can you kind of craft something, given what we've heard from staff?
Through the chair, would you like us to draft something and send it to the clerk?
That might be helpful. And while you're doing that, I think both the councillor and the deputy mayor understand where we're going on this, and if we can proceed with conversation to that regard while you're crafting that. So who would like to go first?
We can rock, paper, scissors for it, but I turned on my mic and Councillor Hillier has his hand up, so I'll let Councillor Hillier go first.
Councillor Hillier, go ahead.
Just a question through staff. I don't believe we have a list of approved cemetery sites through the city, but if you could just confirm that with me for future cemetery sites?
I'll go to staff on, do we have sites identified for cemeteries?
Through the chair, none for that are under development currently. There is, of course, we have mapping of the cemeteries within the city, but nothing that's a future cemetery use currently.
Councillor?
So there's no mapping for future cemeteries. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And so through you, I will say I agree very much with what we heard from the applicant's representative with regard to this being an appropriate use in a rural land setting. We just had a very extensive year of talking about the urban growth boundary, the need for intensification. We've heard all kinds of discussion today about various infill and greenfield development and where and how the city can grow. This is outside the urban growth boundary. It's adjacent to Regina Mundi Secondary School, so Catholic secondary school. so within the same sort of ownership family of the Roman Catholic Diocese. As was referenced, there's some ecological as well as compatibility barriers to agricultural use here. And so while I understand the staff's reliance on the PPS for the protection of primary agricultural area, for me, what outweighs that is this land is already, while it may be in a farmlands place type, it's already designated in a CF zone. And what we are doing is changing the CF1 designation to a CF4 designation, which allows a little bit different land use, but still is consistent with the existing zoning of use for a community facility. I also think when we look at a very low impact from a municipal services perspective, a very low impact development in terms of water, wastewater, et cetera, and the connections there. And I mean, Regina Mundi Secondary School is there, and I guarantee you there's a higher service demand on the secondary school than there will be from what will be, you know, ultimately a couple of administrative sorts of buildings, some, I would assume, some mechanical storage of some equipment, and then, of course, plots for burial. So I think this is a very appropriate use, and I am more than willing to support it. Again, I understand the farmland place type rationale that staff have advanced, but I think this is a very low impact use, and the zoning is already there. You know, for me, it's almost the equivalent of changing, you know, from an ASA 2 to an ASA 3 sort of thing, where we're talking about an associated shopping area, and oh, this business doesn't quite fit the AS2, so we're going to apply an AS3 instead. It's a very similar use here to me. It's designated for a community facility, not for farming. So the perspective of it ever becoming somehow sold off and developing as farm, it just doesn't compute for me. Particularly when you look at the ecological feature on the west end of the yard, where we've got a water feature and we've got some OS zoning. And so that's reflected in the motion that's been brought forward by both Councillor Hillier and I as well, that the OS5 would be maintained. And so I think that this is an appropriate fit, and I hope that I have managed to not use up my whole 5 minutes, but provide enough time and talking points to let staff get the two motions blended together. So I'll stop talking there and see if staff are ready to go with a motion.
Yep, so we do. So it's up. Take a look, see. Now, here's the thing. Councillor Cuddy, the clerk, has on record as moving ahead with this. So, Councillor, do you want to continue on with the alternative motion here, or what would be your tenor to move?
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the alternative motion.
Okay, and then I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Hillier has seconded that move. Okay, so we got a motion on the floor. Take a look, and I'll look for any further comments on this. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just checking. Is this e-scribe vote for? Okay, just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
I just want to mention that there is a reference to the holding community facility H1, CF1 zone, which isn't reflective on the map. So we need that clarification if it's intended. My understanding, it's just the H9 CF4 zone and the open space special provision zone for the buffer.
Deputy Mayor.
That's consistent with my intent, yes.
Okay, so any further comments, or Briefly from the chair, I believe that, Councilor Hillier and Deputy Mayor Lewis covered off pretty well. This is changing from a community facility zone 1 to a community zone 4. I agree with the comments made by the applicant regarding appropriateness for potential future farmland, which is, I understand staff concern because that goes with provincial policy statement regarding farming. However, in this case, I think this is a suitable place for a cemetery, so I will support this. Okay, any other comments or questions? The clerk is waving her finger.
Through the chair, there has just been a slight change that staff noticed. They're just mentioning there's been a removal of the CF1 zone reference. So I'm just going to update what's in eScribe to reflect that.
Okay, so if you refresh your screens, it's just a small little housekeeping thing there. It doesn't change the intent. Yeah, got thumbs up from both the mover and the seconder, so we're good there. Okay, so any other comments or questions from committee members or visiting councilors? Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So moving on to 3.12, this is regarding 3680 Wonderland Road. I'll open the vote to open the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I'll look for the applicant to address the committee. Please, sir, you have 5 minutes. Give us your name and away you go.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lehman, councilors and city staff. My name is Amir Shenouda. I'm the applicant. Just going to take a minute to introduce myself and introduce the company that's applying for this application. I serve as the president of SEM Construction and the managing partner of Miami Developments. I was born in Egypt and I'm a first-generation Canadian citizen. I graduated as a mechanical engineer from the University of Alexandria before immigrating to Canada in 2001. In 2008, I co-founded SEM Construction, a general contracting firm that initially focused on healthcare construction but soon expanded into institutional, commercial, multi-story residential, and recently industrial projects. In 2013, I founded our development arm, Miami Developments, a name that humorously reflects our way of coping with Canada's frigid winters. Together, these two local London companies employ around 70 people and manage an annual construction value of $85 billion. It also manages 4 apartment buildings. In addition, I volunteer with several community organizations. I serve on the executive committee of the London and District Construction Association and act as the board treasurer of St. Joseph Healthcare Foundation. This project represents the culmination of 5 years of meticulous planning, engineering, funding, and overcoming various challenges inherent in the development process. We began this journey in 2021, and today you'll see our vision brought to life in a brief presentation by Mike Davis of Civic Planning. I invite Mike to come in and walk you through the details.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Davis with Civic Planning and Design, and thank Amir for the introduction. It's been a pleasure to work with him and his team over the past 4 years to ultimately get this application to this milestone here, and I know they're very excited about that. This is a key gateway site at the southwest doorstep of the city, and within the city's southwest area secondary plan, this site, in fact, is noted as being part of a planned community focal area. The southwest area secondary plan is very clear about the intention for this area. At the convergence of Wonderland, Warrencliffe, and Exeter, that intersection, there's an intention to create a intensive transit supportive mixed-use focal area. We think the plan that's being brought forward by Miami Developments really does that and strikes the right balance. There's 1,100 new housing units, 12,000 square feet of new commercial space and mixed-use buildings. There's a mix of things happening with this plan. We have housing forms like stacked townhouses, mid-rise product, high-rise product with mixed use. It's a rich diversity, building heights ranging from 3 to 18 stories. So again, we think that the plan is really fulfilling the vision of the Southwest Area Secondary Plan. There's a few specific issues in the staff report I want to touch on. The first, the sanitary servicing. I think that it's acknowledged in the staff report that there is capacity for this development. I think the issue that's been raised is more about the allocation of additional capacity to this development over time. I want to remind this committee that this is a long-term 10-year phased plan. So issues around sanitary allocation can be very effectively dealt with through use of a holding provision. Initial phases of the development could proceed immediately. Subsequent phases held until area growth expectations are clarified as this area builds out. Secondly, there is concerns noted about the ash drain and associated drainage and natural heritage impacts. The City of London has taken an active role in coordinating a drainage strategy for this area. We have already agreed to draft plan conditions with the draft plan of subdivision application that is being processed in parallel with this. So any issues related to the ash drain, compensation or mitigation for realignment of the current drain on the property and any associated natural heritage features, that is all fully secured by already agreed upon draft plan conditions. So we truthfully believe that those are non-issue. Those will be dealt with through next steps in the planning process as required by the city. Lastly, building heights. Staff have put forward in the report a potential path to approval looking at a maximum height of 8 stories. You know, we think that the plan that's before you, really it's dynamic and it will create an interesting gateway condition, which we believe is very important for this site. We find this to be a superior urban design outcome versus a more monolithic 8-story form across the entirety of site. This supports the mix. The other thing that's very important to note is that other sites within that planned community focal area already have zoning and special policies in the SWAP to allow for taller heights. 14 stories immediately south of Exeter and 12 stories to the west. So in our view, it makes sense. This site is right at the core of the community focal area. I think a modest step up from 14 to 18. It just makes more logical planning sense than the inverse, a step down from 14 to 8, this being the heart of the community focal area. So appreciate the opportunity to share those thoughts on the staff report, and we looked at committee respectfully to approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment that we've put forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for any members of the public that would like to address committee on this. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online. There is nobody online. I don't see anyone approaching the microphones. So I'll open the vote to close the PPM.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
So as with the other development proposal north of here, I have a alternative motion to present to committee. So I'll ask the vice chair to take the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I will take the chair and recognize you so you can present your alternate motion.
Thank you. So I have circulated the alternative motion to committee members. I believe the clerk has it up in eScribe. So I would like to move that, and I'll look for a seconder, and then I would like the opportunity to speak to it.
Okay, I see you have a seconder in Councillor Hillier. So if you'd like to speak to it,
thank you.
Go ahead.
So very similar remarks as I made to the prior one. We have seen tremendous growth and density in the north and the northwest. We need to distribute that growth in the city. As was mentioned by the applicant, this is an ideal spot. We have Exeter Road, Warncliffe, and Wonderland converging here. Great access points. We're looking this motion is looking to approve stories of 18, which I think is appropriate here. We've seen density up in my ward, for example, at Wonderland and Oxford, because of it's designated as a transit village. This is not designated as a transit village, but I believe at some point it will. I look at Wonderland Road, and the flow of traffic that has changed just in the last 10 years. It used to be more east-west, but with the change of development, change in where our commercial activity is going, I see traffic moving more north-south, as opposed to taking some of the pressures off of east-west. Again, we have a lot of employment opportunities down the south end of the city and south of the city, which I think will take the pressure off, quite frankly, of those in the north trying to get down to the 401 and other opportunities there. And this particular location is down the road from the BRT parking garage. That could be another alternative to use higher order transit, which is coming online shortly. There are a couple of concerns regarding infrastructure. The holding provisions in my alternative motion, I think, give staff control over that to satisfy their concerns before approval is given further. There was one other item that was regarding, there's two access points, one off of Wonderland and one off of Exeter, and both were right in, right out. And there was concerns, I think, by the applicant, and I share those with people trying to access doing U-turns on Exeter Road. So one of the items in my alternative motion has been to ability to address that with staff, allowing full access into that development. So for those reasons, I hope you will support this alternative motion. I've worked with the developer for a number of years here. I've been aware of his work here, which has been a long time coming. And I think this is a suitable area to add density to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lehman. Looking for other speakers, or I guess Councillor Lehman, as I'm the chair right now. I'm going to go to the clerk. Go ahead.
Through the chair, apologies. I just want to, we have to vote to go past 6 p.m. and since it's 10:02, I figured we might as well do that right now. So if I could just get a mover and a seconder to proceed past 6 p.m.
Well, that was going to be my suggestion to whoever put their hand up to speak next, is if they would also be willing to move that. Completely agree with you. We do need to do that. We still have another item on the agenda yet, plus our deferred matters. So process-wise, we're not going to be out of here before 6. So I'll look to see if we can get a motion to extend past 6 p.m. Councillor Hillier and seconded by Councillor Cuddy. And I'll ask the clerk to open the vote on that when it's ready.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, colleagues. So now we'll look to other speakers to Councillor Lehman's motion, which is an e-scribe, and on this item number 4, if colleagues need to refresh their screens. And clerk, while I'm just giving them a chance to do that, can you advise if there's any councillors left online, or are we down to just those of us in chambers?
Through the chair, Councillor Pelosa is still online.
Thank you for that. So I see no other speakers. in chambers. So if colleagues will permit, just a word from, as the presiding officer. Certainly, for me, the step backs and the reductions in height versus an entire block that's 8 stories is something that I'm much more interested in seeing. You know, we've had a lot of discussion today where we've heard about the desire to have different heights phasing into neighborhoods. I think here where we have a green field, but we can plan for phasing into the neighborhoods right from day one, does make a lot of sense. Both from a planning perspective, but also, I know staff will be shocked to hear me say this because often I talk about it from the other direction, but from an urban design plan as well, having that decrease from the biggest heights at the primary corner and intersection down to lower heights into the block, rather than just everything being 8 stories sort of thing to achieve the same density. I think that's a very fair and reasonable trade-off. I note even the counselor who's moving the motion is smiling at me because usually we disagree on that, but I see where they're going with this and I can support that. So that's my only comment. So I'll end there, see if there's any other speakers. One more last call. Seeing none, then I will ask the clerk to open the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you, colleagues. So I will return the chair to Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. That concludes our scheduled items. We move on now to items for direction. Councillor Pelosa has given some communication regarding Brownfield Community Improvement Plan update request. And I believe Councillor Hillier is willing to put that on the floor. I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Cuddy has seconded. So Councillor Pelosa, I will go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and ever so briefly, as I tried to outline things articulately in the cover letter, staff are reporting, we're going to come back later this year with a report back, but just some specific instructions at this time. I've seen some of the brownfields developments in my ward that have money earmarked, now back up for sale, and just looking for that report back that we can get started on of where they are at, which ones are on hold, which ones are progressing, and in the type of funds that are, and the amount of funds that are connected with these. Staff had indicated behind the scenes that we'd likely be able to see this in April. So happy to have it at that time and have worked with staff in crafting of this motion and conversations behind the scenes, and it's been clerked.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. I'll look for comments or questions from committee members. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, I'll just say it was eloquently outlined in the letter. And I hope Councillor Pelosa can be as eloquent as I know she's covering for me and giving some remarks soon as our Olympic and Paralympian curlers depart for the Olympics. So thank you. I know it's in your ward, and so it's a little bit easier for you to get there rather than it is for me to get here from City Hall when we've extended past 6. But please extend the warm wishes from all of us. I know you will. But I fully agree with what you've said here. We can't have brownfield money tied up forever, and bringing this forward so we have an idea of what's active and recommendations for unactive and unmoved applications. It's just as frustrating as the approvals for zoning that then don't get shovels in the ground and hold up sewer capacity like we were talking about earlier. So I agree with you on this one as well.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments. Thank you, Councillor Pelosa, for bringing us forward. And thank you for sticking around to the end of this one. I know last night you were chairing your CAPS committee till 7:30, so it's been a long couple of days for you. I appreciate that. If there's no further comments or questions, we have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So that just leaves a deferred matters list. I'll look for a mover on that. Councillor Cuddy is second. Sir. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconds, and I'll look for comments. Deputy Mayor.
I just want to ask a quick question. Earlier tonight, we passed a homeowner brochure. So will that be taking the Q1? And if I'm mistaking this for another thing that's on the deferred matters list, apologies. Does that address item 1 in the deferred matters list, the brochure that we talked about earlier today?
I'll go staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, it does, and we're very happy that this item will come off the list.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm happy it'll come off the list too, because that will bring us down to just 3 items left. And as was referenced by Councillor Pribble earlier, we are in an election year this year, and it would be nice to get a clean slate for the 2027 council. So thank you for just letting us know that that's in fact what's coming.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from committee members? Ms. McNeely.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the chair, 2 more items will be coming off, hopefully at the next PEC meeting on February 18th. That will leave the one last remaining item being the green development standards, and that's, as you appreciate, that council asked us to include consultation with the province, so that will take some time, but we're hoping to have that one completed in Q2 of this year. Thank you.
Thank you. We're so in sync. You read my thought balloon question, so just so efficient. Any other comments or questions? And good work, by the way. Thank you for getting through that deferred matters, and hopefully we can clear that slate before the end of the term. That'd be terrific. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. So that leaves adjournment. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Cuddy, second by Deputy Mayor Lewis. Hand vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Motion. We're adjourned. Just before.